Hi, so I've been out of the loop when it came to the situation of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and I just kind of caught myself up on the situation just recently, like just literally a few days ago. I just sat down, got sucked into this whole thing, just fell down the whole rabbit hole of information. I had no idea that they had this much information out there in the public, like for years and years, and I was just sitting there and yeah, so just I just decided to sit down, get all my ideas out there, because I have so many ideas, so many theories to try to explain what's happening and give a good answer to explain everything. I think I came up with a way of just tying up all the loose ends, like as best as I possibly can with the information I have. I haven't seen everything because I just started learning about it. Just a few days ago, I just learned about it, so I might not know everything, but I think I know enough to make the guesses that I've guessed. And so when I just opened when I clicked on it, I didn't want to click on it. I was like, I don't want to get myself interested, because I remembered the beginning, and I thought there's so many weird things about this. There's no way I'm ever gonna know the answers. So I was not interested in trying to tease myself. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna figure out that mystery, because it's way too weird, and they're never gonna tell. Neither of them, I didn't think either of them were willing to tell that much. So I was like, there's no point in even trying to open it. But I just thought I'd click on it, let's see what they said in these tapes. And the tapes they were so funny. I just laughed so much when I opened the tapes. It caught me off guard. There's something about the way Amber talks. It's just so different. It's so entertaining, the way she's speaking. I didn't expect that from her at all. And just 3 minutes in, I think I might have picked up on something that everyone missed, and I don't think anyone else except for me could have noticed this one thing. And this one thing, I think it could just be something that I'm seeing, and it's all in my head. But if it's not, I think it could be the missing puzzle piece is gonna explain the motivations of why is she like this? Why has she done this? Because I think people have seen there's a gap. There's stuff that's just not clicking. It's not making sense. And I think I've come up with some theories that will explain. I have 4 total theories that can explain what her motivation, why she's doing this, why he's doing this as well. He's also, he's not innocent either. I mean, it's not a trial. It is a trial on her, but he's not innocent, I don't think, and he has some things to answer for as well. So, with the questions that I have, I just want to figure out okay, so which one is it? At first I thought it was a who done it thing. Is he the abuser? Is she the abuser? Is she the victim? Is he the victim? I was trying to get to the bottom of that, and just answering the question of, because it's no good to me to say that she's just a crazy person. This is what crazy people. It's no good to me to say that he is just a crazy person and he's just being crazy. That's not a good answer to me. I want something satisfying, And there's something about Amber's screaming at me. She's not crazy. She has a reason. There is a reason with Amber. With Johnny, because she was being so direct, so clear in the way she was speaking, but Johnny gave you nothing, and that's that was suspicious to me. Like, how is he like not giving me any idea of what he's thinking? And like, and now the main issue with Johnny is like, why did he take it this far? Why didn't he just figure out ways to just fix his problems? Why is he just, it seems so irrational that he would need to take it this far when he could just easily solve this problem by himself. Why is he taking this that far? It seems crazy. Like, why is he actually doing it? Why can't he just fix it? It's just, and why is he allowed to take this to trial? That's the thing. Like, how is this even allowed to happen? What's his ulterior motive in taking it to trial? Like, is he doing it for revenge? Is he doing it for money? Like, does he want to take Amber down? Is he trying to take her down? Is he just like a really good guy who expects to lose but wants to get eyes on this and just educate people? That's a possibility. It's a possibility for sure. I'm not ruling that out. It's just, wow. Now what the money? He could lose a lot of money, and that's a lot of money even for him. He's willing to lose. Okay, that's crazy. And apparently she is like, let's settle. Like, you don't have to do this. And he's like, no, I will do this. And he's willing to lose that much money. Like, that seems crazy. It seems like a crazy person. But like I said, I don't like the answer, so I'm gonna try to figure that out. And then with her, like, her things, that was so fun trying to come up with a good explanation with her. Those are the wacky theories that I'm talking about. It's just answering her question, because to be honest, I can't even tell you why he's doing it. I don't have an answer to that. So I'm mainly focusing on answering her gaps. Like, why would someone fake bruises and then be a speaker for domestic violence? Like, that is a bold move, isn't it? It's a bold move. And then why would someone promise to give $7 million to the sick kids and then they just don't do that? Like, how does that make sense? It's just, like, what kind of person would do such a thing? And, like, did he love her? Like, did he care about her? Did she truly love him? Was she using him? Or has he, and then I was like, has she even seen his face? Because I don't even know if she's seen his face. And how can you prove that she has seen his face? How can you tell? Like, is a picture of Amber being face to face with Johnny Depp prove that she has in fact seen his face? And I was just like, I don't know. I'm thinking that this is just all like one big misunderstanding, and that no one was trying to hurt anyone. This is not intentional at all, and that could be. This is such a weird thing that is happening, and I don't understand. But so anyway, my main goal. No, not even my. I do want to give a good answer, because when this happens, people are going to think, well, how could he lose? How could she win again? And I want to give people an answer that's going to give you peace of mind as to why he lost. And if he's not, because I think that's what if he's a good person, he's hoping that someone's going to do what I'm doing. So I guess, yeah. And my main goal with this is to I hope someone sees it, like, as the trial is happening, and it affects the trial. I want it to make it a funnier trial, more ridiculous trial, more entertaining trial. That's what I want out of this. If I can get that to happen, that would be so good. So that's the hope. Like, that's the dream. But before that, there is something serious that I want to get out of the way, because it's a really important thing, and I think it's important to think about them as like not being in this bubble, and that what happens in the trial is gonna go into the wide world, the implications to the wider world, basically. And I just wanted to like think about the questions of like, how serious is it for someone to like lie about domestic abuse, and would it deter victims from getting out their situation, and should people blame Amber for sending victims back? And like, I just feel like the answer to all those questions is just no. Like, no, it's not that big a deal for like people to just lie about domestic abuse. It's not that serious a thing for people to just lie about domestic abuse. It's not important, and it's not going to deter victims from getting out of the situation. It's not going to stop people from believing them. It's not. There's nothing wrong. Like, there's no downside. Like, there's nothing to be upset about at the end of it. So it makes no sense to blame Amber for anything, really. So I just wanted to get that out of the way before you move forward. So I just wanted to say that. I keep seeing people saying that Amber's lying about certain aspects of what she said is going to be a problem for like future victims and coming forward, and I just don't understand. Like, they're saying that this level of scrutiny is going to be like put onto everyone else, and like everyone's going to have trouble believing when a victim comes forward with their story. And it's just like, well, how is that? And the thing is, like, they connected to the Me Too movement. I'm like, what does the Me Too movement have to do with domestic violence? Like, I don't understand the connection between those two things. Anyway, like, there's just I just don't see what the connection is. Anyway, shape or form. Like, they're not the same thing. And the reason why I'm thinking, like, what, like, stuff at home versus, like, the stuff at workplaces, it's nowhere near comparable. It's like, why would, like, you don't need people to have a softened up attitude. Like, Me Too softened up the attitudes for people to believe. I've never known any situation where someone, like, just disbelieves someone who's talking about domestic abuse. I never encountered that in real life. So I was like, what? I don't understand. Like, when has that been a thing where you disbelieved a domestic abuse claim? Like, maybe if it's like someone who's rich, like, that's why you have this issue. But usually domestic abuse victims, they don't get a ton of money from coming forward. So I don't see how it's doing anything. And then what do they mean that's making it harder for like future victims to come forward? Like, does there have to be this great chunk of time for like this long track record where you're 100% sure there's like clean slate, an abundance of evidence to prove that that everyone said the truth? Like, how are you gonna be able to do that? It makes no sense. Like, you just believe the victims. Like, no questions asked. You just believe them, especially when it's domestic violence, because there's no downside to believing the victim. This is stupid. It's like, you just believe the victims, you dummies. That's what I feel about. Like, what do you mean scrutiny? Anyway, when it comes to domestic violence, I think the fear of being disbelieved is just so, it's not even something like a victim is even considering. Like, the reason why people in domestic abusive relationships, they don't come forward for like so many reasons. I don't think the fear of disbelief is really the top of the list. Like, I didn't think that was the thing. Like, that's not the issue that's keeping people from saying anything. I just don't understand, like, why Amber's being, like, people think that Amber should be blamed is for doing something like this. I don't know where the harm is that would come from believing the victim in the case of domestic violence, especially, like, even if they're lying. What's the harm that can come from believing them? Like, where's the downside? I don't see what the downside is. So yeah. And the other thing that I want to talk about is this this new sort of definition of abuse that I've been seeing, people, like, this new dishonest, like, version of what the word abuse means. And I have to think that when people describe it that way, that they can't be serious to, like, describe it that way and be serious about what they're saying. And the way that I think what must have happened is, like, people have this sort of bias where they when Johnny Depp is saying something, it makes sense to them, but then when Amber Heard is saying the same thing, then it doesn't make any sense to them. And I just want to, like, be a voice of reason and, like, kind of bring everyone, like, back down to earth, back down to the ground, like, and, like, just be able to see things, like, for what they are, instead of seeing things the way they want to see. Like, the selective eyesight is getting on my nerves. I don't know, there's something wrong with, like, this new definition, and I think you have to be joking. You have, like, it's making it's trivializing what the word means, and it's not okay at this point. It's gone too far. Like, I have to put an end to the madness. I feel like I have to do that. So let me just explain, like, this, where I'm going to show you the difference in the bias, and how when Amber's saying something, it's different to, and when Johnny Depp is saying the same thing, everyone suddenly gets it. So my example with that is, in the first trial, Amber gives this sort of exaggerated story of what happens, and then they ask Johnny Depp about it, and he says that he tapped her playfully and she just had a bad reaction. And then the judge said something like, "Oh, come on, like, it's more than just a playful tap, alright? That's the whole interaction, sort of thing." And then there's this whole thing that in the tapes that just really caught my eye, because is Amber Heard and Johnny were just, like, having this conversation about a time where she punched him, and then she's like, "I didn't punch you, I hit you. There's a difference between a punch and a hit." And then he's all like, "Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched." And everyone seems to get, like, "Oh yeah, you don't get to tell him what a punch feels like." Everyone seems to get that there's a distinction. Like, they think that she's like, her downplaying it, that's a bad thing. But when Johnny Depp downplayed it, it was like, see, now if we go with his version of the events, that he tapped her playfully and she just had a bad reaction, say that's the reality of what happened, the judge then said, "Come on, it has to be more than a playful tap for it to count as abusive." But shouldn't you count it as abusive because it says that she had a bad reaction? Like, isn't it about, like, what hurts her? Like, she's saying what hurt her. And in the conversation with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that she's saying, "Are you hurt? You're not hurt. Tell me you're hurt." And he wouldn't say that he's hurt. And that's the thing. It's like, well, and I keep seeing people say, "You're the real victim," but did he say that he was hurt? Like, just because someone punches you doesn't make it, like, did he say that it hurt him? And she's saying a playful tap hurt her, so why is that being shrugged off? Like, I don't understand. Like, why should that be shrugged off? Like, you don't get to tell me what feels bad. And it's like, when he's saying, "Don't tell me, like, what a punch is," like, you see what I mean? Like, there's that difference. She's saying, like, you don't get to tell me what I say what I'm telling you is what I'm telling you. Listen to me. I'm saying that playful tap is a bad thing, so don't do it. And there's a quote from Amber where she says, "You poke an animal enough, it is eventually. It doesn't matter how friendly it is. It's not cool." So that just shows to me, like, that's what she, like, it's not about how hard you hit someone. It's nothing like that. It's like, why can't you just, like, listen to what I'm telling you is bad and just go with it? Don't go with your own made up version of what you think the bad thing is, what you think a hurtful thing is. Don't, why are you defining it in your made up terms when I'm telling you what my terms are? Why can't you just go with my terms? And I think that's I don't understand what the issue is. Why there's like that? Why can't people see it when she's saying it? And why can people say, or people just, they don't see it when he says it, but they're just pretending like they do, and they hype him up and say, you should use this, because it's almost like they want him to pretend to be a victim as a tactical choice so that he wins this thing. And I don't like that. I don't like that, not one bit. And now, like, this exchange that they're sharing, where he's asking her the question, like, do you believe I'm an abuser? And she just says, oh yes. And he says, do you believe you're an abuser? And then she specifies, do I believe that I physically abused you? And then she doesn't answer. She just goes, you know what, go ahead, tell that to people, say that to people. I dare you to say that to people and act like that makes any sense to anyone, because it's not going to make any sense to anyone. Go ahead, try. And he does it. He's bold enough to take her up on that. It's bizarre. Like, he pretended to be physically abused by her in the first trial. He went that far. And it's just like, it's like, this is incriminating evidence against him, like, that he did that. And this is the reason why, like, in this new trial, like, you'll notice that he's not trying to accuse her of that because it's a televised thing, and I'm sure his lawyer's like, don't do that, it's going to be very obvious. And the first time he did it, he lost. Like, she was right to say that, go ahead, try, like, it's not going to make any sense to anyone, go ahead, try. And he's bold enough to try to do that. So that's something that he just needs to, we shouldn't let go of, that he was going to pretend to be a victim when he knew he wasn't a victim. Like, that's something that he needs to answer for. Like, why did he feel the need to do that? It's very interesting, because now everyone's talking to Amber Heard like she was because she's faked these photos. They're saying that, like, she should be punished because she lied about abuse. And I wonder if, like, now that he's caught doing the same thing, like, he lied about being a victim of physical abuse by her, I wonder if, like, that's going to come back. And because the people that they say that there should be a person who lies about abuse should receive the same punishment as someone who abuses someone, as if, like, that's a thing. Like, that's how out of touch people are. They're common on it. They think that if a man were to punch his wife in the face, that he's going to go to prison and he's going to serve all this time. And it's like, that's not how real life works. I'm sorry, that's not how it works at all. Even if there's 100% proof, even if there's witnesses, that's not what happens. It's just not a thing that happens in real life. So it's just, that's how out of touch people, like, that they think that it's a crime to, like, lie about abuse. They think that that's a thing. Like, they want it to be a thing, because domestic abusers get prison time. It's like domestic abuse don't get prison time if there's like it's an extreme level. If it's they try to kill someone, basically. Like it doesn't usually lead to prison time, I don't think. Not that I'm aware of. So I don't know what that is coming from. And then I want to explain to you, like, just so that they're clear, like, how Johnny was lying when he, like, and he knowingly was lying, I think, because he never claimed that he was a victim until he thought it was a good tactical decision, because people kept saying to him, she's the real abuser, you're the real victim of physical abuse. And then physical is specifically physical. I'll talk about, like, the other types of abuse, but the physical abuse, like, how could he be a victim, and how that makes no sense to anyone when you really think about it. And especially after hearing the stuff that's on the tapes, like, it's definitely not a victim of physical abuse. And it's the way that she's talking to him, like, okay, go ahead, like, do it. And she keeps sarcastically saying stuff to him, like, run away, like you always do, you always run away. Like, you always leave. He leaves every time. Like, this thing, like, she won't let him forget that he can leave anytime he wants. And that's a weird thing for an abuser to remind someone. Like, an abuser reminding their victim they can leave anytime they want. It's not a cruel mind trick. Like, that's the fact. Like, he can go anytime he wants. And hearing that, it's like, that's definitely not a victim. Like, that victim in my head, you have no choice. You have to. There's no choice. There's no exit. That's crazy. What? How can you be a victim if there's an exit? So I completely understand why she's, like, mocking him in the way that she's mocking him. And the whole thing about him just being able to leave anytime he wants is just not ringing. It's not clicking for me. And the fact that she was saying to him, like, saying that, like, when she was, like, making fun of him, was like people see it as like she's trying to belittle him and stuff like that. Like, she's trying to emasculate him. And I don't think, like, her saying that is like saying that a man isn't a believable victim of domestic abuse, like, but, like, because she's weaker, she's not gonna physically hold him down. Like, she's not doing this. There's other tactics for a small person to keep someone there against their will. Like, she could emotionally manipulate him, like, by threatening to, like, hurt herself if he leaves or stuff like that. Like, there are tactics, but she doesn't appear to be doing it. There's no evidence she ever did it. It's always like, whenever he wants to leave, he just leaves, and that's it. Like, there's nothing she could do about it. Like, that's just how things go. Like, he has the power to leave at any moment. And that's why it's, like, not clicking for me. Like, that's not what a victim is. A victim is, they can't leave at any point in time. And so, I'm just thinking about, like, why does he leave? And she keeps asking him, why do you leave? And he never gives an answer. He never explains why he leaves. And I'm trying to work it out, like, because there's this mystery, like, no, actually, well, speaking of, like, the difference between, like, the different types of abuse, like, just when I first heard about them as a couple, I just thought that they seemed pretty well matched. Like, they seemed like they'd be in line, like, equals. Like, they have, like, similar level of attractiveness, and, like, they're both in the same field. Like, they met on the same movie. Like, they're like co-work. Like, they're on the same level. Like, she didn't need him to advance any higher. Like, she was already on her own. She's made herself something by herself. So they're not together because she's trying to use him to get something. It seemed like they're just together because they like each other, and because they are independent people. Like, they have, like, friends. Like, they have their own friendships. Like, they can have their own separate lives, and they don't need to be so on each other. Like, that's why I thought that they had a healthy thing. Like, when I first was looking through the relationship, they didn't seem to have the need to do those typical things that abusers do to like keep each other there. At least not on the surface. It doesn't seem like that when you just like look at them. But there could be something deeper going on underneath the surface. And then I was trying to think, like, the whole thing about him leaving, like, why does he do that? And there's this thing that she was talking about, like, they both talked about how he did something to her that was that destroyed their trust. And I was trying to think, like, why, like, what was that thing? And when people are talking about like why he leaves us all the time, he says, I leave because if I don't, then it could lead to someone else could like hit the partner if they stayed. I'm thinking, like, that doesn't seem right to me. I don't think that that's ever the threat, like, that he's gonna hit her, because people say that he's so gentle to women. And I'm thinking, like, if he's like that, I wonder if, like, if he's a really gentle person, that's not the instinct that you would do. It's not to fight back. There's something else that you would do before you would do that. And I think my best guess as to what he did is that he, if she was, like throwing stuff around and throwing pots and pans around, like they describe, and hitting him, like, with her fist, like, why is, I don't understand, like, if she's throwing stuff around, I understand why he leaves them, but if it's just her hitting him, as weak as she is, like, she's a small person, like, it's not that big of a deal for her to hit him, so why is he gonna leave? Why not just, like, take it? Why not just take the hit? Why? And like, because to me it's like, I don't know if she beats him up. I think she just, like, it's something that she does, like, for a second, and then she just stops. Like, it's like one punch and it's the stop. Like, so it's not seeming like it's like, I don't understand why he can't just stand there and just take it. Like, with kids, like, that's something that you see. Like, if a kid like has a tantrum and like hits you, like, if you've seen the movie Uptown Girls, there's that bit at the end where she's the little girl slapping Brittany Murphy, and then she's like slapping her, and then she starts punching her, and they end up hugging, and it's like, it's just for a few seconds, and it's like, why can't you just, like, stay and just, like, wait for her to, like, calm down by herself? Why not just try that? Why is it like, why does he feel the need to fight back? It makes no sense to me. And then the thing that I'm thinking that he did, like, I don't think he ever punched her back or hit her. Like, I don't think that makes sense as the thing that he did that caused this big hurt. I think the thing that he did was that he just maybe grabbed her, restrained her, like, held her down against her will, like, held her down for a long time. And I think that that's the type of thing that maybe, like, if anyone walked into that situation, they would think that Johnny Depp did the right thing. He was doing the right thing. He was handling the situation best as he could. He didn't hit her back. He didn't do anything like that. But I think if you empathize with, like, what's going on through her head when he does that, like, if someone, like, overpowers you and you can't move, you can't leave, you don't have the luxury to leave. Like, some people, like, you think, like what he's doing is actually very psychologically, that's, like, I think that would cause, like, the max amount of psychological pain. And I think that that's the moment that causes hurt, that causes trust issues. Like, I can believe, like, because they had such an equal thing going, like, if that could mean, like, the love that they had was a genuine love. And if you imagine, like, The Sims, like, the green bar being at the top, like, the very in love is, like, the love is at the top. He does this thing, and it's like everything is gone, like, minus 20,000 red things going over her head in that moment when he overpowers her, and she's like, it's just like it clicks into her head, like, you're not my equal. I thought you were my equal, and now you just proved to me that you're not my equal. And then if anyone were to see it, they just say that she was overreacting and he just did the right thing. And it's not something she would feel comfortable opening up about, because everyone's just going to put the blame on her. It's like, what did you expect him to do? They'd like victim blame her. They'd say, it's because you were acting crazy. How else was he supposed to deal with the situation? And this is the type of thing, like holding someone down against their will. Like, it is the most psychologically damaging thing that you could do to someone, because you're stripping them of like their human rights and like their autonomy, their freedom. And it's what you associate with someone getting arrested, or or if someone's in a mental hospital and they start acting out, they like physically, like, people restrain them, and then like it's this complete loss of control. Like, that's something that really is damaging to someone. Like, it's a very traumatic thing. But if you don't like try to think about it, if you don't try to empathize with it, you could easily just ignore that as like, it's not a big deal. Why is she acting like it's a big deal? And why can't she just get over it? He didn't intentionally try to hurt her, but she's saying like, when he did that thing, this is where all the trust went downhill, and I don't know if I can rebuild. Like, if it's The Sims, like, it's gonna be a long time to try to rebuild after someone. Like, if you're that far gone in the mind, it's gonna be very difficult to rebuild after that situation. Now, thinking about like who is the real abuser, who's the real victim, I'm trying to think about power imbalances and who has the power to do harm and who has the most like ammunition to cause harm. And because like Johnny Depp, he doesn't say much, like in the relationship, she's just keep trying to pull stuff out of him, trying to get answers. It's showing me that like, she doesn't have the ammunition to be able to cause psychological or emotional pain to him. Like, she doesn't even know. Like, she's trying to figure out what's the stuff that hurts you. Tell me the stuff that hurts you, and he won't tell her the stuff that hurts him. And it's like, is he keeping that to himself because he doesn't want to give her any power in that situation? And I remember like in the later fight, there's this thing where she's trying to tell him, like, they're trying to fight and they're trying to figure out a way to make things better. And he says to her, like, she's trying to, like, repair it. She's trying to repair what's happening. And she's trying to get answers. And the only thing he could tell is, like, all I want to do is make sure that we draw the line at physical fight. Like, that we draw the line at fighting. I don't want things to get physical. And later on, she's like, I don't know if I can promise you that. I don't know if I can promise you that I won't get physical. And what I'm thinking about is like, that's the only thing that she can do to fight against this man. She has nothing to use against him, and I think he has a lot to use against her. And so when you see the physical violence that like, you see pictures of him having a bruised face and him having da-da-da, it's like, you think that means a lot, but actually maybe it doesn't mean that much. And it's reading to me is like, it's a little convenient that that's the thing that Johnny Depp wants to draw the line at, is the thing that we know that he has a history, he has such a clean history, and he's seen as this gentle person. He has this long history of like, he's never hurt any ex-girlfriend before. And I'm thinking like, fine, but then what about this emotional and psychological harm? Like how? What about that? Like, how? And she said in her article, she just called him he's her abuser, and I'm thinking about that more and more. And now that the trial has gone this far, I feel like she has the smoking gun. She has this definitive proof that he is the abuser. He's an abuser, because if you think about what he's trying to do right now, if he is successful, if he were to win this thing, and by the way, there was no chance he was ever gonna win this thing, but I just want everyone to be clear about who this person is right now. And if he were to win this thing, the result of it, he's hoping that she gets to have, he wants her to be in prison. Part of his argument is to get psychiatrists in there and say that she's crazy. He's trying to prove that she's crazy. And that's the thing that's making me think, because from listening to her, because she's making so much sense to me, I'm thinking there's no way this girl's crazy. So him trying to put a sane person away, like I said, the most psychologically damaging thing is someone being able to take your freedom away, someone taking away your just taking away your human rights. And when I'm thinking about this whole thing, like, why is he defamation of character? That's not something he has any right to pull Amber Heard into. He has no right to blame her for this thing. Like, he has no right to do that. And the whole thing, like, it's as if he's trying to get her. He's out to get her. And you may look at it as like, well, she ruined his life first, and it's like, did she really ruin his life first? So if you really think about it, like, does he care that he lost these jobs? Like, does he actually care that he's not working? Because to me, it seems very easy for me to find solutions for Johnny himself to be able to come out of the situation. He doesn't need to drag Amber back into this whole thing. He's doing it because he wants to get this girl, it seems. Because when you think about, like, what an abuser does, like, someone who's a stalker, someone who's, like, wanting to, like, if I can't have you, no one else can have you. I'm thinking, is that what the issue is? And I don't see what Amber has done to him to cause him to act this way. Like, even if she were responsible for him losing jobs, even if she was responsible for people name calling him and having negative opinions on him, even if he's mad about that she cheated on him during the marriage, that's not enough to justify wanting to hurt someone this badly. It doesn't justify that, and that makes me think he's not a good guy. I don't think, like, him lying about abuse to get what he wants is like, he's not a good guy. And I'll break down every reason. Like, in the theories that I've done it in a way where basically she has an out. She has a way of saying, I did this thing, even though you think there's no way that she could do all these things and still come out looking like a sane person. In my theories, I've done it in a way where she's gonna come out looking clean. She's gonna she's gonna look completely clean at the end of all the theories that I've done. It's gonna explain everything. There's no way you can tell me that this girl's a crazy person. And this is why I want it to be in the trial. I want this to be the stuff that they discuss, because I think that the stuff that they're putting in the trial is stupid, it's pointless. Put my stuff in there, and he needs to be the one in the hot seat. He should be the one to explain himself, because he's doing, as far as I can tell, he has the power to be the abuser, and him doing all this proves that he is the abuser in the situation. So that's basically the whole thing. And just, if you see the theories, like, that's what they need to be talking about. That's what it should be about. But that's it. That's all I'm going to say. So, a few questions I have is, why should domestic abusers be fired in the first place? Like, how does that make sense as a thing to do? Like, why should you judge someone based on what they do on their own time off? Like, for their personality, like, why should that affect, if it's not something that you've seen in the work that's affected their work, why does it make sense to judge them and have it affect their work and say you're not allowed to be here because we think, like, what is it saying? Like, you're not allowed to be there because you think they're a bad person. And why? Like, why is someone a bad person just because they're a domestic abuser? I don't even get that. But say you draw the line at what's causing harm to others. Say that's what the line is. Like, how do you know what someone considers harmful? Because like if you listen to what Amber said, because that's the thing that's confusing to me, because she says on the tapes that the thing that she found the most harmful, the most hurtful thing that he used to do was just walk away from her, like, whenever he wants. He doesn't give an explanation. That's the thing that she found most hurtful. She never said, like, the punching, the physical violence, that was the thing that did the most harm to her. She wasn't saying that. That's not what I got. She said the most harmful thing was him just leaving, the splitting. That's the thing that she said was the worst thing. Now, that's the thing that caused the harm. Now, does it make any sense to fire someone because they just walk away from her? Like, how does that make sense? Like, you think she finds that to be the most abusive thing that he does. Like, that's how she sees it. Like, how does it make sense to fire someone because they do something like that? And it just makes you see, like, if you just listen to what she said, I don't understand, like, it's just like people projecting their own view of what they think is going to hurt the most harmful thing, and they put that on her and say, like, that's the most hurtful thing, and he's a bad person for doing that. She's said so many times, like, the hitting means nothing, that's not the thing, that's not why you're in trouble with me. Like, how many times do you have to tell people to, like, listen to the victim before they start listening to the victim? Like, how many... It's like, it's as if she's talking to a brick wall. I don't see anything that she said in the thing that she wrote that should go against. It's just ridiculous. It's like, she said in the first statement that she wants him to have a good future. It's like, how much more could she have done? She did her bit to try to, like, end it peacefully and have him be okay. She didn't say anything to like bring him down. That's not what she was trying to do. It doesn't seem like that. So I don't get why people couldn't just listen to what Amber said and just go with it, because she never told people he should be fired. He's not allowed to have a normal life because he did hurt me and because he punched me, because she never said any of that. She never accused him of anything like that. I don't see how she can be the one to blame. So it's bizarre, and it's the projection of, like, what you think hurts the most. Like, it's just seeing the bruised picture of her face. Like, you just lost your mind to that. You didn't want to listen to what she said. This is how he's the most abusive to me. You're not listening to what she's saying is the worst thing. You don't. When she says it, you ignore it. And you say, that's nothing. That's why he's a bad person. And she's like, that's not the thing that's making him a bad person in my eyes. That's not the problem. And going beyond them, like I said, this thing is not them in a bubble. This is going to project out into the world. Like, and what message is it sending to say that a domestic abuser should be fired? Like, that's something that makes sense to do when you think about how the reason people are stuck in a domestic abusive relationship is because they're financially dependent on their abusers. Like, so if you say that it makes sense to just cut them off financially, you say that that's the consequence that makes sense and that they should expect that, then it's going to make people not want to come forward. It's going to be like, well, I think I'd rather just take the abuse and just, like, suffer in silence. That's the main takeaway, and that's not the takeaway that makes sense to give people. It just seems like an irresponsible precedent to set. And I don't understand, like, how it can make any sense at all. So there's no reason he should have been fired. It makes no sense for a domestic abuser to be fired for something like that. Who told you to fire someone for something like that? Who told, especially him, when he has such a clean history. He has this track record, and all his exes came forward and said, I've never seen anything like that, especially with him. What makes you think that he is irredeemable when he has had such a clean past? What makes you think like, well, okay, maybe he's having a dark time, and because of alcohol and drugs, maybe that's the thing that influenced him to do this thing, and he could just change. Like, why can't he just say it was a mistake, and then things can just go back to the way he used to be? It's not like a consistent thing that he's not gonna let go of. So I don't see, especially with him, how it made sense to fire him. And the thing that just is, I can't understand, like, why couldn't he just fix this? If he thinks that what happened to him is this, he's upset that he lost his job and that people call him this thing. If he's upset by it, why couldn't he just fix himself? Why can't he just handle the situation on his own? Like, why does it have to go this far? I'm so confused on how it even went this far. Like, because I have so many ideas for what he could have done. Like what I just said, like, explain to them why it doesn't make sense to fire him, especially him, when he has that record that he has. Like, why is he saying, like, I'm not irredeemable? Okay, she's not a liar. This is what happened. I made a mistake. If that's what happened, I made a mistake, but it doesn't mean I can't change. Just give me a second chance. He could have said that. He could have said, you know what, I didn't punch her in the face, but you know what, she felt too scared to be around me, and she did what she needed to do. Victims can do what they need to do to exit a situation, and if that's the thing that's gonna make people take action for her to get the restraining order that she felt that she needed, then that's fine. Like, she's not a bad person for lying about it, but that's the truth of what happened, and people would understand. There's a big misunderstanding, and like, he's the one that needs to be the one to explain this stuff, because if it comes from her, no one's listening to her. No one ever listens to her. It's so clear. No one's listening. She's trying to say stuff. No one listens to her. But when Johnny Depp says something, everyone hears it. That's the difference between them two. So it's like, it's crazy. Like, he's trying to say to her, it's all in your control. You're the one that's supposed to save me because you lied. It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, she can't come back from that lie. You're the one that can explain it in a way that will make it make sense to people. If it comes from her, and she's already seen as this liar, like, that's the thing that she did wrong, anything else that comes out of her mouth is gonna seem like she's just lying again. Like, she doesn't have the credibility to do it. It's up to him to be the one to come back from the lie. So it's like, how is he not coming up with the solutions to do this? What is the reason for him wanting to and the whole thing of like coming forward as like a victim, like the lawsuits, and then he actually claimed to be a victim, and it's crazy that he would do that. Like, what is that about? And I don't think that he thinks that there's any truth to that. So why did he do that? Why was that his way of like coming out? Like, it makes it seem like he did all this because he wants to take Amber Heard down. He wants revenge. That's what it's reading. Like, he knows that he could do anything. I think he's smart enough to know that he's the one who could have easily taken himself out of the situation. And I have to believe he knows that. And after reading everything that happened, like, listening to it, I mean, like, he must know that he's the one who could have easily got himself out of this mess. So for him to do all this is saying to me that he has to be doing this because he wants to hurt her, or like, it's just this. And the text messages that are apparently gonna be in the trial about him wanting to like burn her alive and like drown her, like, that's gonna make it clear, like, this isn't you. He's only doing this because he wants to hurt her. And that's the thing that we want to like learn in the trial. Like, why does he want to hurt her so badly? why is that? Why can't he just get out of the mess by himself? Like, for him to do that, that means that he has this ulterior motive, and it's reading to me like that motive is to take. He's purposely trying to bring her down. Like, it's he has a malicious intent behind this. Like, it's an evil, there's darkness to it to make him do what he's doing. And like, it's the whole thing, that the whole way that people are just trying to make it out like this displacement of blame of what happened, and they're saying that Amber is all Amber's fault. Like, she should take the blame. She should feel guilty for doing what she did. Like, it doesn't make. It's just a sick thing to say. Like, that she's gonna be the reason why victims don't come forward. And I tell you now, every victim like who's listening, who's gonna be watching this, gonna be like, no, she's not the reason. It's gonna be abundantly clear that she's not the reason. They'll see it. Like, it's the first thing is like, no, she's not the issue. That's not the thing that's gonna be the problem. It's the clearest thing to anyone who knows anything about this. Like, she's not gonna be a problem. So what, she lied, that's not making her a bad person to me. Like, what do you mean she showed all this blame? It's not her blame. It's not, she didn't not, it doesn't matter. I mean, this is just the most absurd, most ludicrous lawsuit I think I've, like, just by looking at it, like, not even going through the details, like, just the idea is trying to blame her for this thing. Like, even if she lied, it's so clear that it's not gonna be her fault. So I don't understand how he thinks he could get away with this. I don't know what, like, cause say if he doesn't know, his lawyers know, and the rumor is, like, his lawyers keep telling him, you should settle, you should just, like, leave, you should not do this, and he's not listening to them. And it makes you wonder, like, because Amber's the one that keeps trying to settle and, like, exit the whole thing, and like, her lawyer made this counterclaim for double the amount that he said. And they're not doing that for no reason. The lawyers know what they're doing. So, like, for her to know, the lawyer knows that she has that in the bag. And for her to, like, keep trying to settle, it just makes her look sweet. It makes her seem like she's just trying to protect his... She's trying to protect him by telling him to settle. Like, she's trying to get him out of this, and the lawyer's like, no, you have this, there's no way you can lose. When they listen, it's so obvious that she can't lose the thing. So for her to keep trying to settle, it makes her seem like she's sweet and she really cares about Johnny Depp, and she's trying to, like, make him not look like a fool. She's trying to make sure that he protects his, like how he was, because had this not gone this far, he would still be seen as Mr. Nice Guy. But now that it has gone this far and I've noticed it, like, when I'm through with the whole, like, when you hear everything I have to say, there's no way he can have that Mr. Nice Guy thing. Like, that's gonna be dead and gone when I'm through with him. And it's like, why would he do this? Like, why? What is the motivation? I'm trying to figure out what is motivating him. And he says that it's not about the money, and it's just like he's trying to prove a point. And it's like, what point? What point would it prove? Like, if this, I have no idea what point he would be trying to prove. Maybe that's the question. Like, what point do you have in mind that you're trying to prove? Like, what is the goal of this? Like, what is the point to you? And that's maybe something you should ask him, because, and let's see if he gives a straight answer, because I don't think he knows how to give a straight answer to anything. Like, because I've never witnessed him give a straight answer to anything. And the other thing is, like, maybe he's, like, that's not what he's doing. Maybe he's doing it for the money. Like, he wants the 50 million because he hasn't got his jobs back, and he doesn't have a source of income. So it makes sense that he would need the money more so than Amber would. Like, it's like, is he the real gold digger this whole time? Like, and it's just everyone's putting on her, but he was the actual gold. Like, he's desperate enough to do this and think that he can do this. Like, when he, it makes no sense that he could get a, like, he's going to lose. So he must, I don't know, he must, is he that stupid? Like, was he, the thing is, like I think the money thing makes sense to me. Like, he wants the money, because I remember when the allegations first came out, and people were like, I don't believe it, and then people were saying Amber Heard, like, there's something fishy with her, and it was Joe Rogan who's like, it's gonna be bad for Johnny Depp to lose his job in Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, he loves that. That's his whole thing, and if he loses it, it's gonna crush him. And it's like, I heard that. I was like, how do you know? Like, how do you know that Johnny Depp likes being in Pirates of the Caribbean? How do you know that he actually likes that? And it reminds me, like, in the movies where someone's like a professional athlete, and then they get this injury and they get time off, and it's like, I love that I got that injury, and I love that I got that time off. Because the Johnny Depp that I know, because I don't watch his movies, I see him in talk shows, and then I remember him talking about that he, like, I have this perception of Johnny Depp where he's just like painting elephants like all the live long day, and that's his true happiness. That's where he gets his true fulfillment from. Maybe I'm wrong, and people are just assuming that he likes his job, but I think he sees his job as his job, and like, maybe the painting elephants thing, that's his true love in life, and he would prefer to have the money easily instead of doing all that work. Like, maybe he doesn't even care that he lost the job. So if we can prove that he doesn't even care that he lost the job, then he really doesn't have a case against Amber Heard. Like, and it's baffling. Is he that obnoxious? Is his head that big that he believes that the jury is gonna side with him just simply based on like a popularity contest? Like, does he think that could work? And I remember, like, I was going through a whole journey with him. Like, I thought he handled it so good at first. Like, he didn't blame Amber. He was so fine with it. And he's like, the issue isn't Amber, the issue is cancel culture. And he walked back his beliefs. And now he's trying to put the blame on Amber all of a sudden. It's like, why are you picking on this girl? And that makes me think, like, for sure, it's because he wants to take the girl down. It's like a mixture of wanting the money and wanting to take this girl down and, like, make her get this weird revenge. And I don't know why he wants this revenge. But when I'm through with him, like, this whole or maybe it's because she dared him. Like, the first time she dared him, I try to act like I'm the one who's abusing you. See how that goes. Like, him, the fact that she dared him, he's like, you don't think I can do that? Like, he likes the challenge. Maybe that's why. Like, he likes that there's challenge, that this impossible, ridiculous thing. He thinks that he thinks that he can do that. And it makes no sense. Like, all his lawyers are saying, like, trust me, like, there's someone in the jury who's gonna click and it's not gonna work out, so please just go. Just don't make us do this. We have no point against her. It's not gonna work. It's so clearly not gonna work. And he's just like, I want the challenge. I like the challenge. It's gonna be difficult, but is that the point that he's trying to prove? Like, he can do anything. Like, he could do anything. Is that the point? Because, I mean, if that's the point, then he's not going to win. But now we know that maybe that is a good reason why he's doing it, is that the love of the challenge. Maybe that could be the thing. Instead of it being, like, this weird revenge against him, like, maybe that would be a more noble reason. Perhaps. So here I have like my initial thoughts timeline, and I just wanted like to talk you through like everything I was thinking, like as all this weird information started coming out about the case, and like how I felt about it and what I thought was going on. So when she first came out, like this story first came out, I just heard that Johnny Depp was like in a domestic. He hit his wife. I was like, yeah, I believe that. Like I just didn't care about the details. Like I just believe that. Like straight away. Like I didn't look at the picture or anything. I was like, yeah, it's believable. That Johnny Depp is his wife was like, it's a very believable thing to me. And then I saw people like making videos about it and saying that they're kind of suspicious about Amber Heard. Like, they never liked Amber Heard. There was something off about that girl. I don't know what it was, but they just never liked her, and they were suspicious because his exes just came forward and said that he's the most gentle soul. He's so nice. He's so sweet. Blah blah blah. And he said it is so unbelievable that he would punch his wife in the face. That's not the type of thing that like a sweet, gentle person like him would do. Going through it, and it's like, you know what? That's true. Like, that would be a weird thing for like someone who's never done that to just suddenly start doing it like at an old age. Like that's weird. It's very weird. And then I wanted to see like what kind of evidence are they talking about? Like because they said like there's this video, and it's like it's confusing to me. Like how does someone get evidence of domestic abuse anyway? Like what does that mean? Like, and when you see it, it's like, yeah, it's fishy. It's definitely like she's faking stuff, but I still think she's faking it for a good reason. There must be a good reason why she's faking it. Like he must have done something, because to get that evidence, like, he must have done something, and the evidence of like her face being bruised like that, I thought, yeah, it's probably like she probably did do makeup and she did what she needs to do. I figured like she wanted to get out of that situation. She wanted to get a restraining order out of it, and that's what she got. Like she felt like she needs to get a restraining order, and that's what she's trying to do. And even she faked it. I was like, yeah, it makes sense. Like I'm not confused about that. I don't need to know the exact details, but and the video, like, because the way he's acting in the video, I'm like, yeah, I can see why she wants a restraining order. I can see why she wants to be separate from this person. He seems a bit, if you watch the video, but then when even in the video, like he finds the camera, and it's so weird, like the way he was acting when he finds the camera, like he's not confused about, like he's not surprised that she's filming him. It's like she's filmed him for a while. Like he's not surprised at all that he's found this camera. And I'm like, well, she's still alive. And it's like, this is a bad message. Like, trying to tell people they should get evidence. They should keep trying to get evidence of domestic abuse. Like, you shouldn't do that. I think it's going to be dangerous for people to attempt to get evidence. Like, they could kill them. Like, if it's someone who is more violent, they could be killed. Like, if someone else found that camera and they're more violent, like, she could be dead. And so I didn't like that message that it was sending. I thought it was an irresponsible message to send, so I didn't like that. But anyway, but at the end of it, they seemed to work it out, and they settled the whole thing. The case got closed, and she got $7 million out of the divorce. And I thought, and they released a statement where she said that she wishes him the best in life. Like she said something like they had love, and it was, but things kind of went bad, but she wishes him the best in life. So I was like, yeah, I believe that. I think it's like there's something that made her feel kind of iffy about him, but I don't think she was like. But she even with that, it made me think like she putting out that evidence. She's doing it in like this like nudge, wink, wink way. where people like me would get it, like that she faked the bruise. Like I always thought she faked the bruise, but she just was kind of saying to people, "Come on, I need this restraining order. I'm serious. I need a restraining order," and she just did what she needed to do to get it, and that's what she felt like she needed to do. Like it was clear to people like me, like he probably didn't punch her. Like when you get that information, I think it's that. How is that not what everyone thought? Like she's so obvious about that. It seems like she made it so clear. How isn't that kind of the common sense thing that you would think? Like, yeah, she didn't punch him, but obviously she wants to get away from him. Like, put the two things together. Like, it makes sense that's why she did what she did. And so then when she got the $7 million out of the divorce, people, I guess, they thought that she only did it because she's a gold digger. She faked the whole thing because she's a gold digger. And to go against it, she said that she was going to donate the money to sick kids. And this is the point where I was like, I don't think I'm going to understand, like, who this girl is. I don't understand what she's about. I think it just confused me, like, these children, like, giving the money to the children. Like, that's weird. That's really weird. Like, why is she giving the money to, like, sick children? Like, I'm confused. Like, why is that the thing? Like, of all things, why was that the thing that she wanted to give the money to? Like, she could give it to anything. She could have given it to domestic violence, like that you can donate money to domestic shelters and stuff. I think she could have given the money to that, but she gave it to children. I was like, weird. That's really weird. That was such a random choice to me, and I couldn't comprehend, like, why. Does she just, like, care about children? Like, why would she care about the children? Like, what? Like, it's not, I mean, personally, I don't understand. Like, why would anyone care? Like, who would give a, like, flying potato about its sick kids? Like, I don't get, like, what, I mean, I don't know. Like, what do they even do with this money for the sick kids? Like, is it, like, to just, like, aren't they, like doomed or something? Like, I don't know, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, they just buy presents for them? Like Make-A-Wish is like I know that one, because it's like they just make them have like a final hurrah before they, like, for lack of a better term, like, before they, like, kick the bucket, I think. How else? Yeah, it's, you know, they're doomed is what I'm saying, right? Like, or if maybe they're not doomed, they pay for, like, these experimental kind of treatments or something, or no, don't you give that to a why not give it to a research thing, medical research place? Like, it's weird. Like, children, like, I don't know, it's like, and even if you are paying for, like, the treatments, it's like the experimental treatment, that's kind of, I don't know, it's like kind of like gambling. If, like, it doesn't seem like a good way to put the money to good use. Like, I don't understand it at all. Like, it's not, I don't think it's most people's, like, number one choice of, like, the charity to give their money to. Like, I don't know if, like, that's harsh to say, but, like, I think that's, I don't know, sometimes the truth hurts. I think it's, like, not the thing that people want to put the money into. So I was just, like, trying to figure out, like, the sick children, and now it's so clear to me, like, it's so easy to connect the dots. It's so easy to figure out, like, what this was about, like, what this whole sick kids angle was about. Like, there's something to it. I can see it so clearly now. And because back then I just disconnected. I was like, I don't know who this girl is. Like, she's not someone that I'm gonna understand. She's not similar enough to me to be able to understand why she does what she does. But now I'm like, oh, I know why she does what she does. So I wish I could have, like, been able to, like, put it all together back then. I just wasn't paying attention. If I just just gave it a minute of thought, like I would have known exactly what she was trying to do, and I would have been able to give her. I think I would have been able to give her the thing that she really wanted, that she still hasn't gotten, by the way. She still hasn't. There's something she was trying to get, and she didn't get it yet. And it's so easy for people to just have given it to her. And we were just the wrong ones for not noticing that's... I mean, I think we were just all fools for, like, missing what she was trying to say. We messed up as a world. We should have given her this, and we didn't. So it's kind of our fault that we didn't give her this thing when she's like, we just don't understand these nudge, wink, wink, like these clear things. Like, no one can take a hint, it seems. I'm sorry. She was so obvious what she was trying to do. But yeah, let me tell you, that's it for the initial thoughts. And now I'm gonna get into what his new case is about, like this new stuff, everything I've learned since I just lost connection, and now that I have gone back into it, this is the new stuff. So in this new case that he's doing, he's like, the aim of it is like to sort of try to clear his name, like make his reputation go back to the way it used to be, like be seen as Mr. Nice Guy, Mr. Humble again. That's his whole goal with this whole thing. And like the fact that he lost some jobs, and because people don't think he's Mr. Nice Guy, they made him, like, I guess they must have made it so that it's like, why should he get a job when he's not Mr. Nice and Mr. Humble? How come he doesn't get to have a job? Because he's not so nice. Because they believed that he wasn't that nice, and they believed that he wasn't that humble. And it's like, why are you not? I don't know. It's like, I am still nice. You don't know that I'm still not nice. Like, you don't know me. You don't know what I'm made of. So this is what this whole thing is trying to prove. It's trying to clear his name. He's trying to build that back up. That's what he's trying to do. Okay? That's his whole aim in this. Basically, he's trying to clear his name. He's saying that this is a thing of defamation. She's saying that she ruined his reputation. She's blaming her for his reputation. You know, you see what I mean? Like, he's trying to blame her for why his reputation went downhill. And I'm just like, what? I'm confused. Like, how does she have any responsibility for, like, people thinking that you're not allowed to have a job because you're not nice and not, like, how's that any of her fault? Like, how can she control the way that people feel about you? And how, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I keep seeing videos saying, like, he's gonna win. It's like, no, because there's no way he can ever, like, he's definitely going to lose. Like, he's going to lose again. Like, he lost the first time, he's definitely gonna lose this time, because he has no case. He has no right to blame her for anything, like, at all. None of it is her fault. And I agree, like, it was weird that, like, why should he lose jobs? Like, because he punched his wife in the face. Like, yeah, why does that make any sense? I have explained it, like, it makes no sense. But that's like me assuming, like, he did do it. I'm like, he punched his wife in the face, like, he could still have a job. Like, I don't see how that stops him from having a job. And, like, it's just like, he's acting like this is something that she should feel responsible for, and, like, she has any control over what happened. Because when the allegations first came out, like, he was fine. He was in movies. I remember he was in a movie straight after, and there were people complaining about it, but it didn't matter. Like, J.K. Rowling was like, no, listen, we talked to him and we figured it out, and we're cool with him. Don't worry about it. Don't worry your pretty little head about that. She was like, she just shrugged everything off. And then he was still working, and he didn't get a lot of hate. I think Emma got way more hate than he got. Like, that, like, everyone was kind of, like, saying, like, you made this up because this didn't make sense and this didn't make sense. And she got way more hate than anything he got, from what I could tell. Like, I didn't see that many people giving him that much hatred. And I just don't understand, like, why is he saying like this sudden thing, like she wrote this new thing and she didn't use his name in it, and she I read her thing and she said that she's a victim of domestic abuse. She didn't specify physical abuse, she said just abuse, you know. She didn't give you, like, it's not specific enough to, like, I don't understand what he would be doing in the trial, like, if you try to, like, tear down, like, she faked this, she faked that, like, it's like, well, she said, she didn't specify physical, she said abuse, you know. It doesn't matter that you found that she faked all that kind of stuff, like, it's not a big deal, like, it doesn't change what she said. And then the other thing was, like, someone had written, he described him as a wife beater in a newspaper, and he just didn't appreciate that someone said that to him. And I get what he's saying, like, it's not the term is, like, I think it's just, like, talking to people who just don't know what abuse is about, and it's just a sensationalized word to sell. Is that magazine, like, where it came from? I don't know, but it's just like it's this thing that the whole sensationalizes. It's not supposed to be an accurate description. It can have creative freedom in how they want to say it. So even if it's kind of irresponsible to say it that way, you can't sue someone for that, you know. So it's still kind of wrong. I get why he didn't win that one. So it all makes sense, like, why he's losing. And I'm confused. Like, why don't his lawyers tell him? Why don't his lawyers explain, like, all the reasons why it doesn't make sense to have a problem with what he has a problem with? And, like, none of it can be pinned on her. Like, you can't say that this is her fault. Like, she has no control. Nothing she could do at that point. Even though she lied, there's no way of her fixing that lie for him. There's no way of her to do it in a way that's gonna make it good for you. Like, I mean, no way that she could fix it. Like, if you try to come up with a solution, think it through, you'll find that it's impossible. There's no way she could have fixed it. Even if she lied, she can't come back from that lie. There's no way she could have fixed it and for that to have worked. So I don't know what his problem is. And the main thing is, like, did he actually receive that much hate? Like, I don't even know. I didn't see it being that much as a result of, like, the lie that she told, like, or the allegation. Not the lie, the allegations, because it's not all a lie. Like, did he get that much hate from it? Did he get death threats? Did he get name calling? Like, how serious was this amount? And did Amber receive serious hate from it? And the problem is, like, I get that, like, it is for her, she was getting serious hate, but she was handling it in her own way. And I think that it was serious enough, and that's why she decided to write the op-ed, just, like, talking to people and trying to explain to them, like, it doesn't matter that you see inconsistencies in her story. You can just believe her and, like, be quiet about it. Like, she didn't mean to, she wasn't trying to hurt him. And when she was talking about everything that she's talking about, she's just trying to explain to people, it doesn't matter that there's anything that you see, things that don't make sense. Like, she's not asking you to make it make sense. Like, you could just take what she's saying and just leave it as that, and there's no need to, like, try to get to the bottom of things. And when people are trying to get to the bottom of things, it's like trying to expose, like, trying to make him come forward and give his side of the story. It's like trying to, like, if you think that he's a victim and that she's a manipulative person and she did all this stuff, you think he's a victim, you're trying to out his victimhood. It's like, that's not for you. Like, it's not, like, you're not entitled to know what the story is. Like, if you care about this person, it's not for you to try to out him as a victim. So I don't know what he's doing. Like, Amber Heard, like, in what she wrote, I can't see anything wrong with it. It's like, and I know it's the thing. He's gonna say, this is the thing. This is the thing that made me, that caused people to change their opinions and caused people to like to make the decision to like so that it was only because after she wrote that is when people decided it's not okay for him to be in movies. And had she not written it, then maybe people would have thought it's okay that he's they wouldn't have minded him being in movies. She was the thing that caused it to happen. But I just take it as like it's like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like the straw didn't mean anything, but like it wasn't intending to break the camel's back. And like for him to be like, okay, sure, you broke it, so it's up to you to fix it now. It's like that's insane. Like straw can't repair a camel. It's like, what are you talking? It's insane. It's an insane, unreasonable. He's so unreasonable, and there's so many unreasonable, unrealistic things that he's trying to get her to do. And it's like he's not in the same planet. I don't know where he's at. His head is not in the same world, and I can't believe there's no one around him telling him to stop. Like what you're doing doesn't make any sense. It's unbelievable that he took it this far. And when you consider that she was getting this hatred, people were saying things about her, and she didn't come to him. She didn't ask him to save him from this. She just wrote her own thing. She tried to find her own solution to the problem, and she didn't try to drag him down. Like it shows the maturity level between her and him. And him, he's like, he's not taking ownership. He's not taking responsibility. He's not trying to find a solution that he can, because I think that there was a way that he could have come out of this mess and saved his job. And easy solutions. So many solutions out there. I've explained them. Like he could have done this by himself. I don't know what he's doing by doing all this. And trying to blame this little woman, this woman that no one was listening to at the time. I didn't care about what she had to say at all at the time. He's expecting her to, he thinks that there is a way that she can do anything about it. Like he's out of his mind. I think he must be out of his mind to think that. That's all I can say. But that's it. That's that. So let's try to break down like what could possibly be going through Amber Heard's head. Like how is she doing? Why did she do the things that she did? Like how does it all make sense? And I do have a theory that's gonna make it all make sense. I have figured out a way for her to make sense, for her to come out sane, for her to come out clean. I've tried to do the same with Johnny Depp. I'm just not sure it's possible with him. But with her, let's just talk about like all the motivations and like what these theories are gonna cover. Like everything that everyone wants to know, like is she a gold digger, all that. I'm gonna cover like how those can make sense, and the philanthropy kind of angle, the stuff with the children, that. But I want to talk about like when she was talking to Johnny Depp on the phone, and he was trying to talk about like who's making these the bruises. Like he knows that he didn't do that, and he's like, so what do you expect me to do? Is you're asking people to believe it's one of two insane things. And the first one, she goes it's either a secret fight club. And he goes, what? And she's like, boy, you deaf? I said, a secret fight club. And I don't know why she said it like that, but the way she was saying it, it's like, that's a real thing. And I'm not sure how it's going to connect to the whole case, but the way she said it, I'm convinced that is a real thing. I don't have a theory exactly about how it's gonna connect, but just the way she was saying it, was like, that's real. And the second thing is the thing that people think that's why I think that she did. I didn't see everything, but I think that's what they're saying is that she did do makeup and she faked these pictures for 3 years, and she took extensive photos of the bruises and sent text messages to match up. And it comes across, that's diabolical. How does that make sense? Like, why would someone do that? That gives you this kind of sneaky, what is this about? Like, it makes it seem like she's not telling the truth. And, like, I agree, but there's maybe reasons to that. And what's she trying to get? Like, why is she trying to make sure that people see her as this victim? And the first thing that comes to mind, like, the list of motivations that people want to be covered is like the money thing, that they think that she did this for the money, to get divorced from Johnny Depp. Now the thing is, like, the 7 million that she got from him, I don't understand like why she needs to have this domestic abuse thing attached to it. But maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that she would get about the same amount of money regardless. Like, I don't think having that with it changed anything. I don't think it helps her extract more money. So you think like, well, can't she just get a divorce? And that's something that's like, yeah, I don't think that's making me think it's not for the money. That's why I'm like, that's probably not the motivation. And the second thing is like the sympathy. Maybe she wants sympathy from people, and it seems like maybe I've had a lot of like bad opinions. Like, a lot of people do not like this woman. I don't know why they don't like her. They say that she's mean, manipulative, immature, and like a bunch of things. They just don't like her, and I'm like, ooh, maybe that's a reason why she wants sympathy from people. So that could be a reason. And then there's also the thing, like, maybe she wants this kind of attention, and like to be this is what I'm saying, like the whole children aspect. Like, maybe there's something to it. Now, does Amber Heard, I remember Amber Heard at that time, and did she need more attention than the attention she had? And the attention she had at that time was pretty good. She was well known for something that is like, I don't think she needed any more attention. So that's why I'm thinking the wanted attention thing is like, it's dicey. But I have an idea of like, it's kind of like there is a theory that makes it make sense, but it's not. I wouldn't call it wanting attention. It's more like fulfilling the thing that she got attention for. It just never got fulfilled completely. And honestly, I think it's like our fault. I think it's the public's fault. Like, she's just trying to get people to connect dots by getting the children involved. But I think it's really that that's not what, it's not wanting attention, like in the way that you think that in the way you might be thinking it is. But I think there's a good reason for her wanting that attention, and you'll see. And the other thing was like, maybe she wants revenge. Like, maybe Johnny Depp did something really bad and she wants to make him pay for it. And that's the thing, it's like, there's something weird about Johnny Depp doing all of this. Like, I think that he wants revenge against her. Like, and when I think about her wanting revenge against him, I just don't think that that's the thing. It's more him wanting revenge against her. She doesn't have the power to, like, take him down. Like, her doing all this, she didn't take him down by doing all this. Like, she was, like, every aspect of it is, like, she wasn't trying to take him down. Like, the revenge, I would say the revenge is not it. So it's either the sympathy or wanting attention. And that's more closely what I would say it is. I don't think it's for the money. I think it's like, it's between the sympathy people don't take Amber Heard seriously. They don't listen to her when she says stuff. No one listens to her, but then when Johnny Depp says stuff, people listen to him. So I wonder, like, if there's something to that. Like, is that a part of why she's acting this way? Like, it's just weird to me that, like, the way people don't listen to anything she says, and she's so clear in how she speaks, and, like, it just goes through one ear and out the other. So I don't even blame her for, like, doing the sympathy. So it was really easy for me to figure out ways, like, outs for her to come out of this whole thing looking sane, looking clean. So yeah, here are the theories. Here we go. So to start off, the first theory is that she faked it because the abuse was invisible to the naked eye. And it's just a common sense answer. Like, when I first heard about there being evidence of domestic abuse, I was confused. I was like, what? Why would she need evidence for domestic abuse? Like, why can't she be, why can't you just report it? Like, why can't someone take your word for it? Like, why would you have to, like, stand around and wait for a bruise or to get injured before you can say something? And there's all kinds of, like, types of abuse that can make you fear for your life, where, you know, no one can see it. Like, if you're being stalked, or if you're being if someone hits you, like, with, like, an open hand, or if someone's, like, choking you, but, like, you don't have a mark to prove it or something. Like, they choke you for a second, they let go, but you can sense that but based on what they're saying to you, like, you can kind of tell, like, they may be doing something, but no one will listen to you because you don't have a bruise, you don't have this and that. And there's all kinds of things, like, just someone giving threats, like a verbal abusive situation. Like, if someone's, like, saying, like, if you leave me, I will kill you. If you leave me, I'll kill myself. Like, emotional manipulation in that sense, like, that could happen. And the victim, it's up to the victim, is, like, the way that they're going to get the police to help them is just to fake stuff like this. Like, they know that when you see someone who has a bruise, that's what gets people moving. That's what's gonna get action. That's what's gonna make people motivated to actually help you. And then when I'm looking at Amber's situation, and I'm thinking, like, what did she do? What was her end goal? Like, she wanted to get a restraining order from this man. And that's what she got. She did what she had to do. I thought she was doing what she had to do to get a restraining order. And that her real, whatever Johnny Depp was doing to her, it was just, like, something that you couldn't see. But I just believe that there was definitely something going on. And it's a good idea for victims to just, like, have that message. There's, like, saying that a victim has to wait around and have, like, an actual bruise is just stupid. Like, victims should do what she's doing. Like, it's just better to be safe than to be sorry. Like, you don't want to wait around and have yourself, like, inflicted to more psychological pain if that's what it was. Like, there's no point. Like, just do what you need to do to get out of the situation as safely as possible if you're the victim. Like, when I think about what Amber had gathered, the extensiveness of, like, everything she gathered, like, she had this elaborate thing worked out for 3 years. She'd been collecting photos, and it makes you think, like, why did she stay with him? What is this? And it makes you think, like, maybe he just, like, has certain moments where that makes her feel iffy, and she just wants to be safe. She just wants to do the smart thing to be safe, and because he's not physically hurting her that level, but maybe it's just him saying certain things when he's on the influence that makes her just feel a bit kind of iffy, and she just wants to have this proof just in case anything happens to her. And then I'm just wondering, like, why is she like? There's something really deep, like. I think there's something no one knows about between the two of them, and you can see it in like certain conversations that they have. There's this thing that I don't know, and that makes it seem like now Johnny Depp is so upset that Amber left him. Like, no one could understand the connection between Amber and Johnny. They're like, why are they a couple? Why are these two together? And it's like he has like this weird obsessive attachment to her. It's really weird, and it's like maybe he was like threatening her if she ever left him, and like threatening her life perhaps. Like maybe there's something about it, because when this all came out, she got the restraining order, she left him alone, and like there's only like one picture or like a couple pictures left to the public, and now there's like a whole stack that she just had, and it's just, you're expecting me to believe that she just kept that, like she kept that all to herself, and she only like revealed a couple, and none of that would have come out had it not been for Johnny Depp, like this whole thing that he's doing. Like, it seems like he didn't expect this move, he didn't expect her to do this, and I want to know, like, was this whole thing, like her taking pictures, did that throw him off? Was he surprised that she does this? Like, he didn't think that it was going to be that extensive as it was. I don't know. It was just like, if someone's going to do that, she must be really scared. She must be scared of him. Like, and like, to keep it all to herself, like trying to protect him. It seems like she's trying to protect him. It seems she doesn't want to hurt him. She seems like she's trying to be sweet and like leave it alone. It's like, maybe you're just weird with me. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I'm just different. Maybe you have this weird thing with me, but yeah, I think there's something different. Maybe he has this weird attachment specifically and specific to Amber that's different to everyone else, because the fact that she's a much younger woman, even Winona Ryder had said that, you know, it was weird, like, hearing the allegations, but I thought it was weird as hell that he left the mother of his kids to date this much younger actress. Everyone was saying, like, why is he with Amber? What is this? Is it a midlife crisis? What is this? Like, they didn't get it, and it's like, what is the attachment that he has with her? I think he has like a different, this relationship is completely different than everyone else he's been with, and no one can understand why they were a couple. Like, no one in their life, everyone he's friends with is like, I never liked Amber, but he's saying that he loved her, and it's like, does that make sense? What is that about? How can his friends all dislike her? How can everyone say these bad things about her? And he married her like 3 years in, and he didn't marry the mother of his kids like 14 years. Like, I don't know, it's weird. What is the love, what is that about? I can't understand that. It makes me think that Johnny Depp is specifically weird when it comes to Amber. I don't know. And like, the main question for me, because she seems like such a smart cookie, you know, doing everything she does. So if I were in her position, I would think, why would I just like not just come forward and like clarify her claims and say, this is why I did it. I just did the bruise and makeup by myself, and because he is abusive. Trust me, he's abusive. But I don't wanna. But I had to do it like this to get out of the situation. Why can't you just tell the truth? Once she was out, why can't you just tell the truth? And maybe it's because like, she's worried, like the public would say, oh, why would you lie, and da, da, da. Maybe that is the reason why she didn't come forward, and that she'd get all this hate for faking it. I don't know, but I just think if she's gonna be a spokesperson for domestic violence, it's like, it doesn't make sense that she wouldn't tell what the true story is. So that's always gonna be questionable to me, and I would be interested to know, like, why it was that she couldn't say it, and maybe there's thing, this blackmail thing, again, like, that Depp is holding over her head, that's making her, like, want to, like, keep it, like, not, she doesn't want to tell the truth about how bad he is, because she's scared that he'll, like, do something. Like, maybe he's, like, really, really bad, and we just don't know it, and she's just trying to keep it under wraps. She doesn't want to put everything out there. She doesn't want to show people what he's like. She's tried everything she can to, like, just keep it to herself, because now, if you look at what he's doing, him doing this whole thing to her is a way of, like, of showing her that he still has power over her. He's doing this thing, and I'm very convinced that he's doing this to show her, like, I've got you. I told you, if you leave me, you will pay for this. And he's doing it. He's showing her. This all looks like he's showing his dominance over her still. Like, after all these years, he wants to show, like, I told you I'll get you if you leave me, and this is me getting you after you leave me. Like, this threat of, like, her going to prison, her having to pay this much, like, it's like, is this, like, the threat that he gave her is, like, if you try to go against me, I'm gonna take you down, and this is him taking her down. I don't know, that's what I have to think, like, she must be playing it that careful for a reason. I have to think that, like, that's the she was afraid he'd do this, the exact thing that we're seeing him do. This is the proof that he is an abuser, because there's no reason, no right to try to drag her back into this mess. He's gonna lose this thing, and the fact that he's trying to, like, maybe he thinks that he's popular enough that he can sway people to make the wrong decision, but it's so clear that there's no way that he's not gonna win, and he did all this to get back at her, and he thinks that he has the power, he's that powerful to do it, and that's why I'm like, I have to say something. Like, that's the only way I can see why she wouldn't tell the truth, why she doesn't feel comfortable coming forward with the truth. Like, she's not doing it. It's not that easy. It's not as easy as you think. I believe that it's not that easy. So my second theory I have here is called "What about the children?" So in this, I'm just trying to figure out, like, the reason why she did the confusing things that she did. Like, people can't figure out, like, why would someone fake bruises and then be a speaker for domestic violence? So if you go by the common sense answer, like, if she faked these bruises, like, to get out of the situation, you think that's okay. Like, maybe she did it to get out, but then if she's gonna be talking about domestic violence and that's not what she did, like, maybe that's making him look more incriminating by saying that she has something to say when it comes to domestic violence, specifically if the relationship wasn't that violent. So that's the thing, that it's like, why is she trying to, like, worm herself into that space? Like, what does she have to say of value to people? And that's the thing, like, when I thought she was faking it, I thought she made up the bruise, I was like, that is confusing. If she has something to say about, like, a true violent situation, like, what would she talk about when she talks to that? I don't know what she said. I didn't pay attention. I didn't listen to that. But then on top of that, there's this whole thing about, why would someone promise to give $7 million to kids and then they just don't do that? And I was thinking about it. I was like, why would someone do it? And trying to come up with a reason why is difficult. Like, it was a real head scratch in the beginning. Like, that's because in the beginning, when I told you that threw me off, like, the whole children thing, it seemed kind of fishy. Like, she picked children specifically. There's something that's like, children, specifically children. What is that? What is that about? And then I kind of shrugged it off. I was like, well, someone has to give money to someone's giving money to that children. Someone's doing it. Like, so someone has to do it. Like, so, like, someone has to care, like, about the children. Like, so why not her? Like, someone has to do it. So why not her? And I couldn't think of a reason why she wouldn't be her. Like, she seems reasonable. Like, I mean, why not? Like, but why specifically does it make sense? There's maybe like a logic to it. Like, maybe she's trying to communicate something to people, and we were just too stupid. We were missing all the signals right there, right in front of us, to explain why she did the DV thing, why she's trying to talk about domestic violence when if it's not any if it wasn't very physical abusive relationship. Why would she do that? There's abusive relationship, but why is she trying to characterize it as physical? Because that is incriminating her being a DV spokesperson. If she doesn't have any reason to, that can make her look incriminating. But I think I know what the answer is, and it's so clear. It's so clear. It's right there. How could we miss it? It's so obvious. And maybe now, like, because I don't think many people, I've watched people talk about it, but they haven't mentioned specifically this thing, and it's an important thing, and it's the thing that she was the most known for. This is what Amber Heard is known for, is that she has the most scientifically beautiful face in the world. Okay, that was what she was known for back in that time, back in my day. Like, maybe kids now don't remember this, but that's what her face, like, she is known for her face. Like, people measured out, like, all the things in her face, like, and they decided, like, yes, she is the one who has the most scientifically beautiful face in the whole wide world, like, compared to all the people. Like, the Kardashians were around, like, everyone was there, and they compared her face to everyone, and they found out her one was the best one. She had, like, that's something that people just said, and they just said it, and they moved on. And I was thinking, I remembered that just then, and I'm thinking, children. Did she specifically chose to save the children? What does that remind me of? Can you see what the connection is? Like, the children, specifically. Yeah. Okay, this is just the way you need to, like, we need some empathy here. Like, just put yourself in her position, alright? Just put yourself in her shoes. Like, the world has said to you that they measured you out, measured your face out, and they determined, and they said, like, it's a fact. It was almost like it was presented like this is a thing, like it's a fact. Like, the way it was pushed on you, everyone was talking about it. Like, she has the most beautiful face. I remember that. Like, if someone says to you, you have the most scientifically beautiful face, like, we got all these celebrities, we measured them out, you got ranked against them, like, and they measured everything out, and they said, you won this, and then they just moved on. Like, she didn't get anything. She won the ultimate beauty pageant, and she got nothing. Like, she didn't get a crown. Like, that's messed up. Like, that's just messed up, you know? Like, and we dropped the ball. We should have known. That's crazy. Like, she's not gonna get anything out of this. Like, you say this, she's not gonna get anything out of it. Like, what? When you really think about it, like, that's such a messed up thing to have happened to her. Like, she wins the ultimate beauty pageant, and she has nothing to show for it. So she's like, are you guys serious? Are you guys serious? Like, I win this beauty pageant, and you're not gonna... Are you not... Okay, so she feels unfulfilled. Like, there's something missing. I feel like I should get something out of this. Like, you're telling me that I'm the most beautiful person, but you're not showing me, like, I should get something. You can't just say that to me and just, like, not give me, like, a gift. Like, I deserve a present. Like, I won this major contest, and you're not gonna give me a present. And now, just, like, seeing the way people criticize, like, the 7 million that she's not given to the kids, like, why would you promise to give it, and, like, you're just not gonna give it. You're not gonna give it. And they think that she's a liar, a scoundrel, and she's a gold digger, and that's why she did everything. They think that's, like, why she faked the photo of her bruised face, so that she get all this money, so that she could do something like this, just to do what, like, it's like we made a mistake. I think we made a big mistake. And you see these people saying, like, can you believe that she wouldn't give the money that she promised to sick kids? Like, what a cruelty. She's such a monster for not. And it's like, you guys, listen, this is a gift we're talking about. Like, it's a gift, you know? Like, this is a gift. Like, she doesn't have to give them a gift. And what are we saying? Like, ooh, you caught me. I don't actually care about the sick kids. You caught me. I'm a liar. Are you gonna arrest her? Are you gonna arrest her for being a liar? What? Well, obviously she didn't care about this. That's the thing. That was the easiest thing to pick up on. But that's not a crime. Like, we're talking about her not giving a gift. Like, she's not a monster for not giving a gift. We didn't give her a present. Like, why are you judging her for not giving a gift? It's a gift. She made a pledge. Like, she could take that pledge back anytime. And when she wins all this money, I hope she doesn't give them the money just because of all this attitude. Like, just I don't appreciate that attitude. Like, I don't take well to that attitude. Like, maybe she will just give it to them to, like, so that people will finally get off her back. But honestly, I don't think she should do it just because the attitude. How can you, like, I don't appreciate this attitude that she's been receiving. Like, she's done nothing wrong, I don't think. But, you know, I think it was the wrong assumption to think, like, that she's a gold digger. I don't think that she's a gold digger. Like, if you think about Amber Heard, she's famous for having the most scientifically beautiful face in the whole wide world. She's already an actress. That's how she met Johnny Depp. They met on film. They were in it together, and that's where they met. Like, they weren't a couple, and then he got her the job. She got that job all on her own, like, for the obvious reason of that she has the most scientifically beautiful face, and that's why you want that face to be in a movie, because people like to stare at that face. Like, she got it from her own merit, basically. And when we honestly think about, like, it doesn't make sense that someone's gonna put that much effort. A person who has the most scientifically beautiful face in the whole wide world is gonna put in all that effort, like, putting together, like, all this, like, 3 years. She was smart enough to fake her injuries and send corroborating text messages with someone, like, all that time, consistently for that long. She's doing all that to just get a measly 7 million out of Johnny Depp. Like, does she really need to do that? Does that make any sense? And, like, why did she not give the money to them? Like, where did the money go? Like, I still think she would still give it to the kids, like, but I believe her. It's like, this all got tied up in legal fees. I think that's a good explanation, because otherwise, what are we saying? Like, where does the money go? Like, and maybe there's this weird conspiracy theory that she's in this cult and then they take all the money from her, and it's like, this could bring in the whole secret Fight Club thing that she's talking about. Like, maybe they take the money from, I don't know too much about that, but that's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. And now, knowing that she was this person, that she was a smart person who was able to fake these injuries and come up with, like, making sure the text messages line up for that long. Like, if she's that smart, maybe she had, like, an interesting scheme going on with this thing. Like, maybe she is this, like, super manipulative person who thought, you know, me having the most scientifically beautiful face, like, it's got to mean something. I think I should try to use that power and do something good with my life. And she's thinking, how can I use having the most scientifically beautiful face and make that be something I can turn into, like, how can she use that to do good in the world? And then you think, like, is she someone, like, she maybe has like this whole hit list of rich elite men that she was going to like seduce and manipulate into marrying her, and then taking money and then just giving all that money to charity. Like, maybe that was her plan. Like, maybe this is like a really weird, the weirdest, most elaborate, just humanitarian effort that just went awry, you know? It just like, she was trying to do a good thing and it just kind of fell apart too quickly. Maybe she's on track to be the next Malala. If we weren't like trying to question, if we just let her do her thing, maybe that's what would have happened. So I don't know. I think that's a good theory to think that that's what she was trying to do. She's trying to do good, and unfortunately, we just didn't believe. We didn't want to see the good in people. We just always want to see the bad, and think that she's trying to do something negative. And you know, her, like, maybe like taking money from Johnny Depp. Like, Johnny Depp, he's someone who, like, you know, he does stupid stuff with his money. Like, I remember he spent like an expensive, like, it's really stupid. Like, he fired a dead person out of a cannon. It was really expensive. It was like millions he blew that, like, firing a dead man out of a cannon. It's crazy. And she was like, I don't think that you should have all this money. And then her next target is Elon Musk, and people have questionable things like, no, I don't think he should have the money that he has. And maybe she was like, I'm picking these targets specifically, and I want to take the money away from these maniacs and put it into something that's going to bring good to our. And I'm thinking about, like, Johnny Depp spending that much money to just fire a dead man out of the cannon. I'm thinking about how I thought that giving money to the children's charity, that's so useless. Why give it to children? Like, what for? It's like, that's a much more productive use of money now that I know that if that's what's being compared to. Like, I guess that is a better way to use it. So even if, like, this is just like just a really weird, elaborate, unusual humanitarian effort, like, I don't mind that she did that. Like, that seems fine to me that she did it. Like, I'm not mad at all if that's what it is. And I don't think the jury's gonna mind if that's what's going through her head, honestly. Like, I think they'll be cool if she's a scheming, manipulative person, that's what she tried to do. Like, it seems fine, I think. So now I just hope that we can finally just drop those fucking sick kids once and for all. And that's just dead and gone, and we don't need to put any more thought into that. And let's just get into the juiciest theory of them all, because this is the theory that I think needs to be reflected in the case. I want them to be hashing this out and deciding and figuring out, like, how can you disprove what I'm telling you? There's no way anyone can disprove what I'm saying right now. And I just think, like, when I heard that they're getting James Franco to take the stand, they're going to ask him about these bruises that she was supposed to have on the day that she saw him, and that she lied, and that's the whole thing, that's the strategy. I'm like, what's the point? That's not going to help, and the jury's going to see right through that. That's not even good for him. So let's make this interesting. Like, don't waste anyone's time. That's a boring thing that no one wants to see happen. Like, this woman has 100 million in the bag, ready to go, and no one's acting like it. It's so clear that she has this, and I think that she should be able to be in that room. She can smile ear to ear, like, just sit back and try to take everything in, because she has this money. She's good. She's got it. And we just need to start acting like it. Like, she has this. let's be clear, with or without me saying this, she was going to win. But now I just want to make it clear that he just did the stupidest thing. He made the stupidest mistake in his whole entire life, and this whole new layer of skis that I'm seeing, like, that he's trying to make it out like she's a raving lunatic and that she's acting in a crazy way, when I can tell that she is not a crazy person. I can see that she's got reasons for doing what she's doing. And it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be so entertaining, so hilarious for them to attempt to disprove this final piece of this puzzle. No one else but me could have told you this. Like, I noticed this, like, 3 minutes in from what she was saying to him. Like, something fell off, and I instantly remembered because it happened to me. And I spotted it as soon as I heard it. I spotted it, and when I looked it up, I was like, I might be onto something. And I don't think it's going to be easy for them to disprove this. So if he's relying on the jury saying that she's just a crazy lady, then I'm not going to let him do that easily. That's not okay with me whatsoever. So yeah, theory number 3, did she even see his face? You know? Has she seen his face? How can you tell for sure that she's seen his face? You know? How can you prove that? I don't doubt that Johnny Depp has seen her face, because her face is a big deal. Like, everyone was talking about her face at the time. I think I even saw him see her face, like someone forced him to see a picture of her face, you know, in a talk show. They're like, can you talk about, like, how she has the most scientifically beautiful face? And he's like, yeah, it's great stuff, good stuff. Like, I know he's seen her face, but how do I know that she's seen his? And it's not so easy to tell, because he covers his face up a lot. He has hair covering it, he has those glasses, for all those hats that he wears. Like, maybe she hasn't gotten a good sense of what she was getting herself into when she decided to marry him. Maybe she was caught off guard. And she found out way too late that she had no idea what his face looked like. And it's not to say that Johnny Depp has a bad face, it's just not the face that she had built up in her head. And that's a very hard thing to explain to someone. And you can see that in their conversations, everyone's picking up on this weird thing. It's so hard to miss, that she's being so weird, like, so mean. It's like she's genuinely struggling to take him seriously as a person. Like, it feels like she doesn't think that there's a man in what she's talking to. Like, it's everyone's mentions, like, is she like a narcissist? What is this? What is happening? It's so confusing to me. And then there was this really weird moment where he's trying to remind her about this time she was just hitting him randomly, and she was like, what are you talking about? She can't even remember what he's talking about when he's saying it. And she's like, oh my god, I didn't know I did that. And she says, and I quote, I might not even realize I'm doing it, but you gotta help me. That's the end of the quote. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna try to help you. That's so weird that she just unconsciously hits him. Like, if that's the truth, like, what is that about? What? And the whole, like, did she, like, is she not prepared for what his face was? Like, and when she saw it just messed her up. Like, there's something to that. And I'm thinking, like, have I ever seen her see his face? Because I think every picture that I've seen them, they, like, look in completely different directions. If you try to look it up, it's hard to find pictures of them being face to face. And even if they are face to face, people keep saying how self-centered she is, how vain she is, and that's the reason why people don't like her. That's why I say that they say that they don't like her. That's why I say that they don't like Amber Heard, is that she's so wrapped up in herself. And that's the reason why people don't like her. That's why I say that they don't like Amber Heard, is that she's so wrapped up in herself. And But you have to think, like, Johnny Depp fell in love with this woman. He must have known what she's like. If everyone else can see that she has that, he must know that she has that. And for all I know, that's his type. He was looking for a self-centered type person. Like, that's his preference, maybe. Like, but I don't know what his exes are like. Maybe they're self-centered. Maybe he wants someone who's, like, not going to be as clingy, who's got their own ambitions, not gonna be bothering. Like if he's a splitting type, like he wants to split anytime he wants, he's gonna want to find someone that's gonna be cool with that, who's not gonna be as bothered about it. So it makes sense that he's looking for a self-centered girl like her. So there may be something to it. Maybe she found out way too late, way too late, and like is there something? It's like when she looks at him now, she realized she hadn't seen his face, and she was already married to him, and then at that point she was like, wait a minute, how am I supposed to go about this now? I don't, like, it just messes with her head. Like it's almost like when she looks at him, she doesn't see a person. She can't take him seriously as a person. She's like, it's as if she sees, like, when she, instead of when she looks at him, it's like she just sees like a lump of meat, pair of glasses, and fedora. How is she supposed to take that seriously as a person? How is she supposed to realize that she's beating him up and she's beating him up? Maybe there's something to it. Maybe it's not as crazy as you think. And let me show you some evidence to go with what I'm saying right now, because there's some truth, and I'd love to see how people disprove it. And I'll tell you my experience when we're done. But look at this for a second. Just now, I'm not joking. They just do look in the opposite direction. Like one is facing one way. They're always just like missing each other, and you'll see what I'm saying. And this one, it seems fine, seems normal, but check out the next ones. Like there's so many. It's hard. I find it really hard to find one where they're actually face to face looking at each other. I mean, it's unbelievable. The way that she's just missing, like the bottom right, the bottom left one. Like he's looking at her. She's looking, but she looks happy. She looks in love with him. I do think that she was in love with him for real, but she just missed his face. Like she was unprepared for what his face was. Like I think that she was genuinely in love with this man, and she couldn't understand when this crashed. Like I think it messed her up. There's more. It's crazy how they don't see each other. It's hard to find a picture of them seeing each other. It's always, why are they always like facing? It's not just one time. It's like always they always miss each other. Like look this up. It's insane. Like they just slightly keep missing. Like she catches bits and pieces of his face, and it's like she has a made up idea of what his face is. Like she put it all together, and it's different than what it actually is. Like this just it's unbelievable how hard it was to find a picture of them being face to face. Like just try to find some. It's difficult. People, look at this. Look, he's pointing. Look over, and she's not looking anywhere near to where he's pointing. Like, it's insane. It's insane. Why? Like, it's not all in my head. I don't think it's all in my head. Like, this might have been a thing. And I'd love to see it be disproven. I want the evidence that they show. Like, to them, I want Johnny Depp's lawyers to find, like, here's pictures of them face to face, and it's like, but did she see him? It doesn't look like she saw him, and I don't know the time periods, but if we try to map out the time periods, let's try to figure it out. Like, I want that to be in the document. I want them to put this in the case. Like, honestly, this is the real evidence. I don't know what it's proving, but this is what needs to be talked about. Like, if they're gonna try to say that she's a crazy person, you need to look at this. This is like the only one I found where it looks like she sees him. I don't know if this is after they're married, what time, but look at how weirded out she is when she's face to face with him and she finally sees him. She's not disgusted, nothing like that. She's just like, huh, is that what you look like? You know, there's something, I think I sense it. It's like, is it all in my head? Is this really all in my head? I don't think so. I think there may be something to it. And if that's true, I think it would behoove him to drop, like, having these people come in and say, bitch, she's just a crazy person. She's just, like, doing stuff out of nowhere. Like, there may be something to it. Like, she may have a reason, people. She may have a reason. So, I just think that I've really spotted something that's going to be the key to like unraveling this mystery. Like, that's the thing that everyone's missed, and I think it's affected the way that Johnny has gone about things. Like, I think he's like blinded by rage. I think he's dealing with someone who, you know, she's a manipulative person who never loved him, and I think that's why he's acting so irrational and like he wants to take her down. That's his motivation. It seems like he wants to take this girl down, and for me, I'm just like, I don't think that's what it was, because the same thing happened to me. Like, this happens to me a lot, because I don't really look at people when I talk. I look away from people quite a lot, and I look around and I look down, so that's why I don't get a good sense of what someone's face is. And when I was really young, I had a friend for like a couple years, and then I think I got same thing. Like, I caught bits and pieces of their face, and I had a formed idea of what their face was. But when I actually got to see their face, like years later, I was like, I almost didn't recognize them. It was like there's something different, it was weird for me to have to pretend like everything was cool, and I couldn't tell them. I couldn't open up about this. And there's another story I have, like, where it was actually, and this is what made it all come screaming back, because this is like a traumatizing thing to me that I just tried to like put behind, because I didn't want to think about this because it's so bad what happened. But there was this, I was on a plane, and this plane is known for crashing a lot. Like, in the past, like, it crashed like several times, and like people had died and stuff like that. So people didn't want to go on, and they rebuilt the plane again, but people just felt uneasy about the plane. So it was me and like my family, my whole family, and like another family, and like a few other people. So the plane was pretty empty. Like, you could sit wherever you wanted. It was completely empty. And I was sitting with this guy, and we were talking for like hours and hours and hours, because it was a long journey. I was talking to him hours and hours and hours, and then I just walked away for a second, and I came back, and he fell asleep. Thank goodness he fell asleep. And I was trying to like figure out who was the person I was talking to that entire time. I guess I never saw him that entire time. And I asked like the people next to me, like, hey, what is that person I was just talking to? And I was like, there. They just pointed to him, and like quietly I was like, no, there's no way, because I looked at his face and I was like, that's not the person I was speaking to. I was like, yes it was. So I just like, are you sure? You promise? And I just sat down. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't readjust. But he was asleep. And then when he woke up, I was like, I got to talk to him for a bit. And I was like, this is so weird. I don't know how I'm gonna... But it was only that one day, and I thought, it's fine. And then we were trying to get them. I was just wondering, like, if I tried to memorize. I just couldn't stop for both of them. I couldn't stop staring at them when I started seeing it. I couldn't stop staring at them, and just trying to memorize their face, try to figure it out. Like, as soon as you see it and you have this thing, it's like you can't stop staring, and it's like there's no way that's the person. There's no way, and it confuses you. And I asked my sister, like, are they gonna am I gonna see these people again? And she's like, no, they're gonna come back. They're gonna take the plane a week before we do, so I'll never have to see them again. So after I spent all that time trying to memorize his face, I was like, okay, I could just like forget about it, and I'm never gonna see him again. But I forgot to tell you, like, when we were on the plane, I made a joke to him saying, like, oh, there's a plane about to crash into us, and he got all freaked out. I was like, don't say that, because this plane is known for crashing. I was like, oh, I didn't know that you were superstitious, and I didn't think anything of it. But when we came back, his family had a car crash on the way to the airport, so they had to change the date that they came back, so I did have to see him again, but it didn't matter because he was in a car crash and his face is different, so that was like why I didn't want to think about that, and this whole thing made all that come back to me, so thank you for reminding me. But this is a real thing, and I don't want you to think that it's not a real thing. This is a real thing that happens, and you can't blame her for making an honest mistake. She's like, I'm living in my own world, she's living in her own world. Like, some people are like that. It's not her fault. We can't blame her for making an honest mistake, and I think this is all just one big misunderstanding this is what it is. And the way you can think about it is, like, imagine that Johnny Depp is the blue-black dress, and then one day you just look at him and he becomes the white gold dress, and you can tilt your head back, you can squint your eyes back and forth and try to, but for the life of you can't go back to seeing him as blue and black again until it just clicks by itself. And it's just a weird and awkward and hard thing for her to just have to keep being there and just waiting for it to like click back. And that's why I think you see her, like, she's just staring at his face all the time. It's like, and saying all these mean things to him, because she's like, I hate you, like, and she's like, every time she's like, why won't you let me insult you? Why won't you let me say these mean things to you? Why do you keep having to stifle this? And I think, and this may be occurring to me, like, because she's married to him, she has to live with this, and she's trying to just get him to understand. She's trying to communicate this awful, awful thing, and he is so reluctant to accept an insult that she can't. She couldn't even, like, try to, like, it's hard enough to imagine having to explain this to someone. I've never thought about, like, that. I can't believe she would try to explain this idea to someone. I just kept this stuff to myself. And like, thinking about she's trying to do it, and it must be awful, and it's not working out. And I think that's why you see the weirdness of how the conversation's coming out. I think that's the only explanation that makes it make sense. And if you can think of anything else, I don't know what else it could be. I just spotted this, and I saw myself in it, and I see a similarity between me and her. We're both self-centered, and when his exes take when they question his exes, like, maybe they could try to figure out if they're self-centered as well, and like, is that just his type? Is that just the type of person he likes? Like, maybe that's what he's into. That's the thing. And I remember, like, why do people dislike Amber Heard? And like, I remember people said that Angelina Jolie was like warning him that she doesn't like Amber Heard, and I was thinking, like, he used to date Winona Ryder, and Winona Ryder and Angelina Jolie knew each other, but they weren't friends. And I'm wondering, is that why they're not friends? She just doesn't like does Angelina Jolie not like self-centered people? Or something? Like, maybe there's something to it. Like, maybe they should investigate. Like, I don't know. There could be something to it. Like, I'm I just don't think that it's right to blame her for like hitting him if she's just doing it because it's a mistake. Like she doesn't mean to do it. She's not trying to be like that. And if he tries to say that she's crazy for doing it, like, and when I'm giving you this theory, explain to me how the crazy theory is gonna beat this theory, because we've all been through the whole dress thing. Like, that's, imagine that the dress thing, that's your husband. Imagine that's you. Like, put yourself in her shoes. Like, she's struggling big time. It sounds like she's struggling big time in an unusual way that she can't communicate this. Like, she's having trouble getting people to understand what this feels like. And I hope I've helped people understand what that feels like, but you don't know how hard this is. You just don't know until it happens to you. It's just awful. It's really awkward and horrible, and I can't believe, like, what if this is what it is? Like, she never saw his face until they were married. Like, that's an embarrassing thing to admit. Like, I feel bad if that's the case. There's something, like I said in the beginning, there was something about the way Amber Heard was communicating that I just loved. I loved the way she was talking to him. I loved every bit of it. It's just, there's something about this girl that I just really loved. Like, and I could see, like, why he's into her. Like, sometimes people think that the reason why um, these guys like Amber Heard is because she's so beautiful. But I think there's something, she has a good personality that they like. I think that's why they fell in love with her. It's not just her looks. Like, everyone thinks it's her looks. No, I think that's not it. Like, there's something about the way she talks that's different. Like, she's so direct, she's so clear what she's saying, she's so honest. And people kept saying that she's so manipulative. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't see any manipulativeness coming out of her, not one bit. I don't think she's capable of being a manipulative person. So that's why I'm thinking, like, prove to me, what did she do that was so manipulative? Because I don't see it anywhere. I don't see the manipulative thing in anything. And the fact that she was being so mean to him, she was begging him, like, why can't you let me insult you? I want to insult you. Like, that. If she was a good gold digger, if she was a real manipulative person, she wouldn't be saying, hey, help, let me insult you. That person could just fake being nice. She can't fake being nice. That's the issue. She can't do it because she's honest. So I think that's why all these guys were drawn to her. Like, she's got this refreshing thing about her. She's so like, the self-centered thing makes her, like, attractive to people, because it's just something you've never seen before. You never see people, like, talk to people like this, and it's so fun every time you see it. Like, it's kind of fun. And I'm thinking, like, if this is new, if this whole streak of meanness is new, but it's a different kind of meanness, but I think she might have been this way all along, because people said, I never liked her from the beginning. I never liked her. He liked her. There's some reason why he liked her. And I think it must be not looks, because, like I said, he doesn't, I haven't seen him look at her that much when they're together. He's also someone who looks around a lot, looks down. I think it's similar to me. Like, he just didn't see her either. Like, I only saw him looking at her through, like, a picture. Someone showed him a picture of her, but I don't think he saw her like, in real life. Like, he's always got stuff obscuring what she looks like. So I don't think he fell in love with her based solely on looks. Like, there's something about her personality that he found attractive. And so when this thing, that there's something weird that happened, that is like, why are you being so mean to me for no reason? Like, she's talking to him, and I remember it was really weird and mean. Like, she's asking him, like, there's something, what happened to your face? Like, she's something like, she's like, like, what happened to the sparkle in your eye? And he's like, I don't know how to answer questions like that. And he doesn't understand what she's saying at all. Like, there's something weird about what she's saying, but he just doesn't understand. And she's trying to tell him, like, when I look at you, I see like a lump of meat, the pair of glasses and fedora. I don't take you seriously as a person. And that's a weird thing to try to just say to someone. It's not easy to just break that news to someone. And then he's like, and they're talking about, like, you can't leave. Every time you hear me saying this, you can't just leave. And then he says to her, could you say it nicer? And as soon as he said that, I was like, that's such an unreasonable demand. And she completely shut it down. She was like, no, I think I should be able, no, you shouldn't try to control the way I like to communicate. This is the way I do it. This is the way I've always done it. I talk to people like this all the time. This is just my natural self. Like, why would you want that to change? I should be free to explain to you and say what I'm feeling the way I want to say it. Like, don't you like me just the way I am? I was like, I like her. This girl's good, she's a good one. So, I don't know why people dislike her. I think I do know why people dislike her, but I don't think it's because she's doing anything wrong. People just have weird rules, and when he's saying, like, nicer, like, what does nice mean? Like, what am I supposed to think that nice thing is? Like, saying that someone has a great personality is like code for saying that they're ugly. Like, what does he mean by nice? Like, how's she gonna how's she gonna tell him that she just sees, like, he's just like a stack of bones and like 12 scarves and two silver chains? Like, that's all she sees when she looks at him. How's she supposed to say that to him without hurting his feelings? Like, it's not easy to do, and I empathize with her struggle. I really do. Like, it's not an easy task. And then, like, thinking about, like, what do people mean when they say, what's a mean person, what's a nice person? And the thing that I know about Johnny Depp, people keep saying that he's a nice person. I remember, like the kid actor that he was with, from the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, he was saying, like, yeah, the thing about Johnny is, like, he just says nice, he's so humble, he says hello to everyone in the crew, it treats everyone the same, da 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 da. And I'm thinking, okay. And then I'm thinking, like, who do people say is mean? And it's like Ellen recently. They think that she's mean because she doesn't like to say hi to people. She doesn't say hi to people. That's why they think that she's mean. She's like, and I'm like, that's what is that? And it's just like, that's not a good reason to say that someone's mean. And I remember, like, on Desperate Housewives, everyone had this issue with a mystery actress, but we know who they're talking about. And then when Felicity Huffman's scandal came out, people had to write these letters, like, talking about, just trying to defend who they thought Felicity Huffman is, like, trying to convince the judge that she's a nice person. And I remember reading the Mark Cherry, I think he's the guy who made the show. He wrote a letter to beg them to be light on her, and then he was trying to say, like, Felicity's such a nice person, and his example of it was, like, Felicity, like the quote said, Felicity still insisted on saying good morning to this actress, even though she knew she wouldn't get a response. I found out about this and asked Felicity about it. She smiled and said, just because that woman's determined to be rude doesn't mean she can keep me from being polite. And I'm thinking, like, how is that proof that Felicity Huffman is a nice person? Like, that's not proof. That makes me think, like, that her brain is broken. Because if she keeps saying good morning to this actress, and the actress is not giving a response, that means the actress doesn't like people saying good morning to her. that means that the actress, she's not into that. Like, being nice isn't just following the social rules just blindly. It's doing it's just paying attention to people and altering the way you behave to make them the most comfortable. What Felicity Huffman did there was keep forcing this awkwardness and not taking hints of what this actress wanted. She wanted people to not say good morning to her, and I completely agree with this actress. Like, I'm the same as that. I don't like people saying hi to me. I don't say hi to other people. It's not something I do. So I don't see how that makes any sense to think that's her being a nice person in any way, shape or form. It just makes her look like she has a broken brain, that she can't pay attention and do the thing that people like. And it's the difference between what being polite is and what being a nice person is. And Amber Heard is trying to say, like, tell me what you want. Tell me what exactly is the thing that makes you dislike. What about the insult? Where's your line? What's the thing that you think is mean? Because I don't know what you think is mean. It's like this is I won't know what you think is a mean thing to say unless you tell me exactly. And she's trying to pull information out of Johnny, and he's not giving her any information. He won't give her any exact details as to what he thinks is mean and what he thinks is a nice thing. And she can't figure that out because she's not a mind reader. You have to tell people what you want, or else you won't get it. So I completely think that she's in the right. That's why I was like 100% in with this girl. I thought that she's like a good egg. She's like the best one in the whole thing. And I think people read it wrong because they have these social rules in their head about what they think is the right way to react and how people should be talking to each other. And I think Johnny Depp he is that nice person that people say he is, but the reason why he likes Amber Heard, and this is, if he's anything like me, because that relationship reminded me of this friendship I had with a girl back a long time ago, and I think that I can understand like how this relationship got the way it was, like why it became so rocky in later points, and why I think that the love between them was completely real in both sides. And I may be wrong, they may not be the same as us, but I want to let me explain to you what this friendship, how it happened, because I think it's gonna maybe this will, if they see this, maybe it will make it click for them and they can understand what the other one was thinking. So I'm going to tell you about like the story of that with my second best friend in life. Like, she's the second person who was my best friend, and the first girl who was my best friend, we were fine with each other. But then there was one incident that happened, and I was like, I want to like find someone new. I don't like this girl. I want to find someone new, and I didn't like let it off. I didn't explain to that girl like what she did wrong. I just decided like I'm gonna find someone else. I'm gonna like get rid of her, basically. So then this new girl comes in, and she was from the U.S. She was from Florida, I think. And then I was drawn to her because she wore these red boots, and I really liked that she was wearing these red boots. And the teacher said, "Hey, who wants to be this girl's friend and like show her around?" And I put my hand up because I was looking for someone new, and I was like, "I'll be her friend," because I needed a new best friend. So I took her in. I showed her around the school. I remember the first day I took her on a tour of the school, like MTV Cribs style, and like showed her all the bits and pieces of the school. And then that's the last time I said anything kind of to her. Like after that, I just, like when we hung out, like she was the one in control. Like she was the one who would decide what we were gonna do, and we were on the same page. Like in our imaginary games together, we were on the same page. Like we were so similar, and then she would do most of the talking. I didn't like. She told me her whole life story, everything. I just sit there and just listen. I don't think I talk back to her at all. I just like sit there and listen the entire time without interrupting. And like she was like that for months. We were like that. Everything was perfect. Everything was good. I felt like there was nothing wrong with her, and I don't think she had much to complain about. I don't think she had anything wrong with me. So then suddenly, when I just kind of decided I wanted to like have some space, like be with other people. I would do that sometimes, but just kind of like in a more casual way. I just like leave her in a more casual way, and then like she didn't say anything when I would do that, and then we'd be friends again. Like it wasn't a big deal, and then suddenly I was like, I don't want to be friends with this girl. I said, hey, I don't think I want to be friends anymore. She was like, why? Why is that? I thought everything was good. Everything was working out. I was like, yeah, it was. I just don't want to be friends anymore. And she's like, did I do something wrong? I was like, no. Like I had no notes. There's nothing wrong with her. I thought she was just, you know how some people have like little things that you don't like their personality and they might annoy you here and there, but for her, I was like, I just thought she was perfect just the way she was. Like I had nothing to tell her, so I think that must have like now looking back, I can see like why that created trust issues, because she's thinking that maybe she had done something wrong, maybe she had done, and I just didn't want to say it to her, but I had nothing to communicate. So that's why when she's asking him, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? He's like, I don't think you do, like, I don't think anything was like hurting him. Like, I don't know if I believe that those insults get to him, or if he's just saying that. I don't think he's like that sensitive of a person, but maybe he is. But I think he's just trying to get away from her, if anything. Not because she's saying anything wrong, but he just wants to get away from her. So I think that's what the splitting thing is. And the splitting thing has been consistent my whole life. And maybe that's something that they could get to the bottom of, like, even us as childhood friendships. Like, did you notice that he's been doing this forever? And did he do it in a way that you maybe just didn't notice? And maybe his exes just don't notice, because he split from his exes just kind of randomly. People said it was so random the way he split. And I think there's something to it. I think me and him are similar in that sort of sense. Like there's nothing wrong with, but they just have it's just his personality. It's nothing he needs to change. It's nothing that she needs to change. They're just not I think if he just explained that to her, maybe him and Amber Heard would have been fine. But now, like, I think because of all this, it's all ruined. And also, like, maybe she just, like, doesn't like his face. Like, she just doesn't like his face anymore. I don't know. Like, I feel like now that could be done. But now, if there's people that, like Elon Musk apparently broke up with her because of this, and now, like, maybe he'll change his mind. Like, maybe he's gonna, like, wanna, like, come crawling back after he realizes there was nothing wrong with her. Like, there was literally nothing wrong with her this entire time. And people kept trying to say, no, she's a bad person. And he's like, how? I can't see that. She's, like, maybe, he probably likes someone who's as direct as she is, who doesn't leave room for imagination. She doesn't make you try to interpret things. Like, she just says things the way she wants to say things. So I think there's something to her that's good, that people want to say is a bad thing. And like, after my friend, the reason why I realized that people have this odd thing is because I would be with my family, and we talk to people, and they say stuff like, that person just wants to talk just to talk. They just want someone to. They just love to talk to talk. They don't want to. They want the conversations to be, someone says something and someone says something else. I'm like, why? That's a boring conversation. I prefer like a more lopsided conversation, I think the way that person there's nothing wrong with that. The way the person communicates, there's nothing wrong with it. I think it's a good way for someone to communicate. Like, I had no issue with it. I don't like people who want me to like say something and like say something. Like, it's not good conversation for me. I don't understand why people want it to be like that. And I think that that person is so self-centered and like that. They say, I'm like, so what? So what if they're self-centered? That's not a negative. There's nothing wrong with being self-centered. There's nothing wrong with being vain. There's nothing wrong with any of that. Those aren't negative things. It's just you either like it or you don't. Some people like it, and I'm someone who likes it, so yeah, I don't see why. I mean, there's nothing. I think Amber has nothing to change, and I think like if there's gonna be a psychiatrist, it's like she needs to change this, she needs to change that. I'll be like, no, they're wrong. They're wrong. There's nothing wrong with her. There's nothing wrong with this girl at all. And I will keep saying that, like, don't say that there's anything wrong with what she did if that's what she's saying. If this is all it is, like, there's nothing wrong with her. Okay, so now, like, she's at a difficult spot and she's trying to, like, the way I'm imagining it is that she can't stop staring at Johnny Depp, and Johnny Depp is like, why do you keep staring at me? It's freaking me out. Like, the way it's being presented in the tapes, it's like she's like weirded out. Like the way she's staring at him, the way she keeps wanting to like say so. Like and maybe I'm reading it, but it really does seem like that. And he's like, can't we go back to the way things were? Like, can't we figure it out? And like he's trying to give her, and like because he's doing that, she's trying to explain herself. And he's giving her too much pressure to connect these two things, and the things aren't going to connect because she has this idea of what his face is supposed to be, but then his face, the real face that he has, like, she's just like trying to get used to it, but she's finding it difficult to get used to it when he just leaves anytime he wants. She just wants to like change it to this new face. Like, she has like a lot of like feelings in her heart, like love feelings to the head Johnny Depp, but she associates a different kind of image, and she wants to take all those feelings and put it on this new version. That she's just like, who is it? This is a stranger to me. I don't know who that is. It's like a completely different thing. Like the two dresses, they seem like two different things, but you want to make it seem like it's the same thing again. And she's having trouble connecting the two, and the way to visualize like the panic, the struggle, this whole thing that she's going through is like it's Ross and those leather pants, and trying to get them up, and the lotion and the powder and the paste and everything. She's trying as hard as she can to get it back up, and it's just not coming together. And he's just not understanding like why she's like, because there's a difference. Like when you hear her talk in the tape, she's so all over the place. She's trying to explain it. It's unexplainable. And he's like, explain. And she's like, I can't. And it's just like, and it's like her heart's wrapped around her ankle. Like it's that kind of like, I'm trying to get the heart back to where it's supposed to be, and it's not coming on, man. Like that's the level of stress, and he just doesn't understand. And I think that's what we're hearing on the tapes. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they'll hear this and it's like, is that what that whole thing was about? Was that the truth? And it'll be interesting. How now, like after I've said these theories, like what effect is it gonna have? Like, because I don't like them trying to like wasting all that time like figuring out if the pictures are real, if this is. What's the point in like getting the opinions of his exes? Like he was nice with me, and it's like, well, there's like some people compartmentalize and they're one way with their wives, and like Ted Bundy or something. Like, that doesn't prove anything. Like having their opinion, like he was nice to me, that doesn't prove anything. So I don't think it's I don't think it's a good way to see it. but if we have these new theories in there, now we might be looking at something interesting, because I want to see, like, if the impact, if this theory gets out, I want to see, like, the two of them walking into that room and then making eye contact, and then see, like, was that the thing that was missing? I want to see if it has an effect. I just really want this to, and then it's like, so you did love me, and I did this whole thing out of revenge, and it's just a stupid thing that I was doing because I thought you didn't love me. It's like, yeah, you idiot, of course I loved you. It's so obvious. I don't know. It'd be interesting, like, how, like, is he gonna take this back? Is this gonna be, because now I've given a theory where she's gonna come off sane enough. Whereas, like, if a psychiatrist comes in there trying to say she's insane, it's like, I don't think that's a good move for him. I think he's gonna look like a real jerk if he tries to do that. So, if I wonder if this is gonna make it call the psychiatrist off. I think, but then maybe it's good to see, like, if he brings a psychiatrist in there and he had this vindictive plan where he wanted to inflict the most amount of pain to Amber just because, like, he's a scorned lover, and he wanted to get her back because he thought that she was someone who never loved him, and he just wants to make her feel this pain, like the most amount of psychological pain. He wanted to give that to her, like, by putting her in prison, putting her in insane, like, putting her in mental hospitals, trying to convince people she's crazy. And if you do that, that's the smoking gun that he is an emotional abuser. So it's like, I don't know. I think this is like this. You have to deal with what this theory is saying at this point. Like, I don't know how you can like go with this idea. Like, I want to be proven wrong. Prove me wrong that that's not what happened. Because prove me that you guys have seen each other's face. Show me a picture of you guys seeing each other's face, and let's discuss. Like, just because you're looking at each other face to face, like, let's decipher if you guys actually look like you've seen each other. Let's decipher that. I think that's the real. Seeing pictures of her faking her bruised face, we're done. That's not the point. That's not the thing that we want to get to the bottom of. This is the real thing that I want to get to the bottom of. So hopefully it reaches the core, and they change things up. So now I'm completely finished talking about Amber Heard. Like, I think I've covered her angle. Like, I've done every kind of idea that I've seen thrown around as to why she's doing what she's doing, and I think I've done it well enough to like, I don't, if there's any other way to see it, like, that she could come off like guilty. There's no way she's guilty. First of all, she's already won. She won from the get-go. Like, that's why the lawyers are doing what it. That's why his lawyers asked him to settle and, like, leave this. And I'm glad he took it this far, because this is an interesting moment. Like, this is such a great learning moment for everyone. Like, the whole world can see, like, everything that they've been doing wrong. Like, all the ways that you're looking at things wrong, the way you're analyzing people, this problem that people have where they don't see things as what they are. They just see things the way that they want to see things, and then they have the skewed view. They don't want to think. They don't want to try to understand. I hope this inspires people to not just say, "Oh, she's crazy," or "Oh, he's crazy," and just be happy to take that answer and not delve any further and try to dig any deeper. Use their imagination, use their creativity, use their empathy to try to understand things. And I hope this does actually do some good and, like, make things better, because if this hadn't gone this far, I wouldn't have felt the need to explain everything that's been going wrong. And I'm glad that Amber's gonna get all this money now, and that she's gonna get closure as to, like she for sure knows that she has been like, he is an abuser. She's not wrong. And even though people can shrug it off, like, even if you think that the stuff that he's doing is minor and it's low, like, I don't understand how you can see that. Like, it's not minor, it's not little. The thing that he tried to do, that's a punch in the face, is nothing compared to what he was about to do. Like, trying to commit a sane woman and convince her she's insane. That's gaslighting. What is it? Like, how are you not seeing, like, this? He is an abuser, like, to try to do that. And he knows. Like, I don't believe for 1 second that he doesn't know that he had, like, him trying to put this blame on Amber, trying to say that she's the one that ruined his life, that she's irresponsible, is ridiculous. And thinking that, say if that were the truth, like, to think that there's any way Amber could have fixed it for him, how does that make any sense? And there are a few ideas. It's either that he's that stupid, or he's that evil and vindictive and he's actually really smart, or it's that he's just crazy. He's just that like, and it's a mixture. Like, he has to be crazy in all of it. I don't understand how he's not crazy. Like, what does his mental health check say? Like, what is this? Like, how does he think that he can do this? I don't understand. This is what real narcissism is. I've never, like, this is so strange that how did the courts allow him to take it this far? How can you not spot the bruised face? Like, it's common sense. Like, why are you gonna really spend that much time talking about that? That's so stupid. And you could spend all the time you want talking about it. It's not going to make a difference. You could just tell. You don't need more information. It's easy to tell who's right and who's wrong just by looking at it. It was so obvious Amber's going to win, because she won the first 2 times, and it's so obvious she's going to win. There's no... And I want everyone to be clear on exactly why she's going to win. Why it was wrong for everyone to just turn against her because they wanted to support the more popular guy. That's basically what happened, and that's not fair. That's the wrong world. This isn't the world that we should be in. We should be judging things fairly. Everyone should be judging. And she was never in danger. She was never going to be locked up. Someone in the jury was going to know. Her lawyer's so confident. That's why they filed the lawsuit. That's 100 mil. Like, that, they know they're going to get it. That's why. And Amber's the one that's kept saying, let's settle. I don't want people to, like, change their whole opinion of you. She was trying to prevent this. So she's definitely, like, now, I just need her to be completely comfortable. Don't suck up to the judge or the, like, she's gonna win. And there's no doubt about it at this point. There should be no doubt about it. Like, if there is a doubt about it, you're delusional. I don't know what else to tell you. He's a bad person for doing all this. That doesn't mean he shouldn't be in movies. That doesn't mean he shouldn't be allowed to work. But the thing is, like, all the people that just defended him is just, I mean, I can say that maybe this is one person who's just stupid and crazy, but what are we supposed to say for everyone else that went along with this, who acted as minions in tearing down his victim? This one woman, who's a victim. She is a victim. Like, she did nothing wrong. No part of that was an incorrect move for a victim to make. Even faking the bruises, that's okay for a victim to do. So what is her crime? That she did nothing wrong. She made the call. There's something wrong with this guy. I need to go away. And that's the way she did it. That she got the restraining order. And now you can see exactly why she wanted to get away from this person. Exactly why. You can see it. It's so clear why she doesn't want to be near this person. And because this person, and you may say that the stuff that he did to her was, like, insignificant, but if you go by what I said was the thing that was the mystery thing that he did, possibly, was that he held her down for a long time against her will. And then there's this tape where you could see that she was describing certain incidents, and she described something like that. She described him, that he held her down for a real long time, and you can see that she was getting emotional talking about it, and that to me felt kind of more real. Like, it seems like the type of thing he would do if he were going to do that. But then seeing that she has an emotional response, then maybe, and then he didn't mean to do it. That's one thing, like, he didn't mean to do this. But now, because things have gone wrong with them, it's like he wants to just hurt her. And those text messages where he's saying that he wants to destroy her, he wants to like drown her and burn, and he's thinking about, like, what's the thing that's gonna make her hurt the most. And I told you the thing, the reason why I'm being held down, like, even though it doesn't look like you're doing anything wrong, like when someone gets arrested, when someone's in a mental institution against their will, like, it's still psychologically damaging to be there. So it's the taking of every. This is someone that's coming from someone who loves her, and he's gonna do that to her. Like, how can you not understand how painful that is? And he came up with this evil plan, and he was hoping to do this to her. He was hoping that she was gonna go that way, and I know the people that are his fans, they're not stupid, they're not crazy, they're just delusional, and they wanted a certain, they don't care about domestic abuse victims. They just wanted this little victory because they wanted him to get back to work. Now, if they just gave it a minute's thought, they would realize that it would have been very easy for him to go back to work. He didn't need to bring Amber into this at all. He could have easily made a statement that would have cleared his name, cleared her name. He could have easily done that. And the thing that makes me think is, like, you guys have Johnny Depp, you're not doing this because you care about him. Like, the people who are speaking out for him, you're not doing that because you care about him. You missed that he didn't get to be in those movies that you wanted him to be in, and that made you mad, and you blame this woman because you think that she's the reason why. And this whole thing, when Joe Rogan was saying, if he's not in Pirates of the Caribbean, he's going to be so crushed. And that, to me, because I don't watch those movies, I was like, why would he be crushed? Why is he going to be so crushed that he's not in this movie? Why do you think that he loves his job this much? And it's like, these are, like, do you think that the animals in the circus enjoy what they're doing? Do you think the dolphins in SeaWorld enjoy what they're doing? Have you ever asked Johnny Depp what he likes to do the most? What's his favourite thing to do? Have you ever asked him? It seems like Amber is the only one interested in finding out what stuff hurts him, what stuff does he like. She's the only one trying to get to the bottom of that. No one else is actually asking him. They're just making these assumptions and then pushing these things, trying to out his victimhood, his own victimhood. That's what his fans try to do for no good reason. That's why he's in this mess as well, is because people couldn't just leave. He was in movies, but then, like, people having to, like, poke, trying to get to the bottom of this whole thing. It's like, he is like a bear that you just keep poking. You don't treat him as a person. How are you gonna get mad that Amber accidentally punches this guy unknowingly when you guys poke? Like, when you see this picture, what do you see? Do you see a man, or do you see, like, or are you maybe, like, confused? Do you see, like, a lump of meat, pair of glasses, fedora? It's an honest mistake. Don't you think it's an honest mistake when she hits him, when you guys did all the damage that you did to him? Like, how can you be judging him when you just did the same thing? Like, no one's asking him what he cares about. No one's trying to get to the bottom of it. Like, and here's a quote from me. He's just said, this is from a 2014 interview or something. He said that he just doesn't care anymore. He doesn't care about what you think, nor what his critics thinks, nor even what he himself thinks. So he doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about anyone. Like, that's why this is happening. Like, he just is doing things for the love of the game. He just likes that. But Amber dared him. Like, I dare you to pretend to be a victim of domestic abuse and physical abuse by me, and he went for it. He tried to do it. He just likes to do things for fun. Like, he's not above like doing things for fun. Like, that's what he does. So he's not Mr. Nice anymore. He's not Mr. And you're judging Amber for like being the one who is who you say that she's a gold digger, and that she's doing like everything that you put on her, like pretending to be a victim. It's Uno reverse card. It's all on him. He should be the one to be answering all those questions. He's the one that should be in the hot seat. She should just sit there, just smile, take everything in, just enjoy the ride, just sit back. There's no way she's in danger. It's like he has 0%, he's no way he's gonna win. She's 100% getting this. She's got this completely. All she has to do is like just watch how his downfall, because he did this to himself. He is responsible for this. It's all on him. And that's it. That's it. So, this theory is called Where is the Love? So, in it, I just want to talk about why Johnny Depp is in love with Amber, and why Amber is in love with Johnny Depp, and why Amber was trying so hard to make things work in the relationship, even though they had these signs of abuse like so early on, and how he got the power. Like, they started off like as equals. Like, if you look at them, they are equals, like, from afar. But then, like, based on the jobs that they had and stuff like that, like, they seem like equals. But then I want to explain like how he got the power in the relationship. And this is something that it would be interesting if his exes thought long and hard about the relationship and tried to see if there were signs that he did the same thing with them. Like, and if this is why Amber fell so hard and she didn't want to let him go. She was trying so hard to make things work when things weren't working. And why was Johnny Depp just so into, like, when he was done, he just wanted to destroy her. What is that instinct? Like, as soon as she left, like, he was happy to destroy her. What is that instinct about? And I said, like, me and him were very similar people. That's why I could spot this thing about him. We think the same, like why, like, the splitting thing. I can explain that because I don't think maybe he doesn't know how to explain the answer, and maybe this isn't the answer, but this is what happened with me. And this is also something his exes can, like, just try to think about that, like, really long and hard, because it's not exactly, you might not expect the answer to be what you think. And what happened with when I split, when I tried to split from people, it's difficult to try to explain. Actually, wait. To begin with, I should explain the how he got the power and balance, and it's the lopsided conversations. Like, so because the girls that he picks, I bet they're all pretty self-centered, and maybe like when in the start of the relationship, he kind of just like let them take control. Like, the same as I described my friend, she just took the control of the relationship. Like, in the beginning, like, I let her just decide everything. I figured out everything about her. I would just allow her to speak the entire time. I listened. I understood everything she was saying, and maybe from that, like, the first time, because it was such an early friendship, I didn't think too much of it. But then, when there is that lopsided conversation, there is someone who's gonna have more power. Now it doesn't mean like the love isn't the same. Like you could still like each other. Like I think he loved her, she loved him, but he has more power. So when things go wrong, he knows how to crush her, and she doesn't have anything. She can't use anything against him. And the same thing would happen like with my friend, like because she did most of the talking. I knew everything about her. She knew nothing about me. And there was a conversation like later on about how he might be leaking all this information about her past, like and she's worried that he's gonna leak all this information. It's like, no, I would never do that. You trusted me with that. And it was the same with me. Like I would never like leak information about my friend, but I think that she did worry that I was gonna say stuff because they just don't know, because they have nothing on you. It makes them paranoid, and that's why she's like, I want to know more things. Give me more things. I think we need to make things more equal, and he refused to let her have more power in the relationship. He didn't want to equalize the relationship. He liked having more power in the relationship. And I want to see if like his exes can see if that's the same thing. Like they think that he's sweet and nice and listening to them. Like how much do they know about him? And like when I hear them talk about him, it's like, are you? Well, he's very nice to me. It's like, but what do you know about him? What do you actually know about him? And now hearing like how Amber, like there's so many people who see all these little flaws in her personality, like seeing all these things that's wrong with her. Johnny Depp loved her. And I think that was true. Like he truly did love her, and he wanted to be with her, and I think she wanted to be with him. But at the same time, there was this like throwaway aspect. Like he could also give or take the relationship at any point, because he's not he didn't give away anything. Like she gave up so much information on herself. Like she felt like she trusted him with much more, and she doesn't have, it seems like she just doesn't know anything about him. Like I wonder if his exes know, like what does he like, what does he like, does anyone know anything about you? Just because someone's listening to you, like if you're not getting the information back, you know, it's not going to be equal. And when things go bad, like they can like just take you down if that's what they feel like doing. They can do that, and I used to do that. And when me and my friend, the one with the red boots, we used to get in fights, and I split from her just randomly. And then at a certain point I decided I didn't want to be friends with her anymore, and we had these fights. And I remember there was this one fight, and she's like, "What's wrong? Why has everything changed?" And I said something like, "Well, you don't wear your red boots anymore, so what's the point of you?" And that's the like that's my whole thing. Like that was the whole point of connection with her. It's like she was just this person. I listen to anyone. Like no one's an issue for me to listen to. And I could, like, anyone could think I'm a nice person, but it's just like, they just take it to mean the wrong thing. Like, just because someone's listening to you, it doesn't mean that they think that there's anything special about you. It's nothing like that. Like, anyone, if you give people if you give people attention, if you listen to them, try to understand them, anyone's an okay person. Anyone's good. You can fall in love with anyone if you give them that. Like, love is easy. That's not hard to do. So that's why it was easy for him to like fall in love with her, with Amber Heard. But Amber Heard, she's never experienced someone who would pay attention to her. It seems like she's not finding too many people who pay attention to her, take her seriously, who get what she's saying. Like just the way he was talking to her, he was very sweet in the tapes, and he was comforting her really nicely. And I don't think she knows many people who do that. So I think that's why she, like, even though there were bad things happening, she didn't want to let go of this relationship, because no one treated her like that before. So I think the love was real. I think that it was different from anything she's experienced before. And I definitely felt like she was into it, and that's why she hated the splitting thing, and she couldn't understand what it was. And when she's asking him, what's the issue, why do you keep leaving, and I think he has nothing to say. He has no notes. He thinks that she's perfect just the way she is. He's not doing it. He's not leaving her because she's doing anything wrong. And for me, like the shoes thing, like maybe it's an unconscious thing, but I think that those were the times where I decided that for that day I didn't want to hang out with my friend because she wasn't wearing those red boots. I mean, she wasn't wearing those red boots. I didn't see the point of being around her. Like there's like small insignificant things like that, and just in the heat of the moment I realized that's why, like, for a long time she hadn't worn her red boots, and I kind of felt like slipping away. I was like, and I said to her, like, you don't wear your red boots anymore, so what's the point of you? And she was like, what does that mean? Like, it threw her off. She didn't expect me to say that at all. And then I said, yeah, it's true, your feet have gone too big, you don't wear the red boots, so I don't see why why should we have a friendship anymore if you don't wear the red boots? Like, I don't get why we would be friends. And it completely threw her off. She didn't expect that at all, and that's probably the reason why he splits from her. Like, maybe it's something like really small. He can't say it to her. It's the same thing as the face thing. It's a small thing that he can't say it to her. Because it would sound dumb. So that they're going through. I wonder if they're going through the same thing. I wonder if his ex is like, why does he split so randomly from people? Where's it coming from? And I think they might find like it is like there may have been like a small insignificant reason that's causing him to not want to be around them, and it's an unconscious thing. Like, it's an unconscious thing that he feels that way, and he kind of wants to like not be around. And sometimes people take it to heart and they think, oh, I did something wrong, what is the thing? And it's like they maybe didn't do anything wrong. So I hope that clears up the confusion. I wonder if that is the issue, because I see a similarity between me and him. So I wonder if that's the reason why he just like splits all the time. It's like a small thing that get like tiny things that get on his nerves that he can't even explain to people because they won't get it. And Amber Heard seems to be similar. She gets annoyed by small insignificant things that no one else understands, and he understands it, and that's the thing that they have in common, and that's why they have this strong bond. And just kind of completely got messed up, and who knows what he's gonna do now. Like, if this is the truth, if it turns out that this is the truth, and it's just that they're both okay people, this is a huge misunderstanding, and he did all this, like, now what's he gonna do? That's the most fun, interesting thing. And I love, like, the thing about how he doesn't care about anything anymore. He just does stuff for the thrill of the game. Like, me doing this, it's not because I cared about anyone. I didn't want to do this like to help anyone. Like, Amber was gonna be fine either way. I just did this because I saw, like, for this kind of sadistic pleasure. Like, I saw so many people just loving Johnny Depp, and I could see how easy and fun it would be to just destroy his image, and I wanted to do it. I was like, I love the challenge, and that's why I wanted to, like, completely destroy his public persona. I wanted to destroy this Mr. Nice Guy thing once and for all, because I know that's not a real thing, and I wanted to do it because as soon as I saw that I could do it, I felt like this is gonna be the most fun thing. And just for the further proof, like, talking about the word love, and like the way he does it, like, he is an emotionally manipulative person. Like, if you look at the two quotes of love that he was saying to Amber, he said to her that he was saying to her, I love you, so many times. They were broken up, and he said that he loved her, and it says whether your love was real or not. Like, he was wondering, like, does she not love me? Like, there's something that's making. I think it is. They have this misunderstanding that she always loved him, but she just never saw his face, and that's the thing that threw her off. Like, I think it is like these weird details that they're missing, that I could just see. That I think that's what the whole thing comes down to. Because, well, how else? You want a real explanation, but this is probably what the real explanation is. It's some. That's why they can't say it to each other, because that's why the communication broke down, because it's like it's not a real explanation in a sense. Like, you don't want to say that. And I also enjoyed the quote where he's like, I loved you for so many years, but you know what? You don't exist. You don't exist. You're not there. You're not there. You're a made up thing in my head. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I can't believe it. This is him, like, trying to act like what's her name? Amber has control of the situation, that it's up to her to control stuff. Like, he's so manipulative. He's so emotionally manipulative. She's definitely the victim. But how could these tapes have been out for years? How could people not see? Like, that's the sentences that he's saying. I love you whether your love is real or not. What the hell does that mean? It's so obvious that he's so manipulative. And maybe he, like, I have in my notes that, well, a victim can play emotionally manipulative, like, if that's the thing that they want to, like, if they are a weaker person, like, and that's the card that they want to play to make things even. That's why I'm saying, like, Amber hitting him, she's just trying to make, she can't just sit there and take it. Like, he has all the cards. He's stronger than her. He has all the emotional leverage. He has all the psychological. He's the more powerful person. Hitting him is the only thing she can do to fight back. So that's why she did it. Like, she had to punch him. She had to. Like, how else is she gonna fight back against a person who's, like, saying stuff like that to her and messing with her head in that way? Like, how else is she supposed to fight him? Like, he's clearly, like, it seems like malicious a little bit, like him saying stuff like that. It seems like he's trying to, I don't know, he knows what he's doing. I think he knows what he's doing. Almost done. The last thing, this is almost the last thing, I think, is, I want to make it so clear that there's nothing Amber could have done to repair this thing for him. Like, he's suing her for defamation of character, and there's no way that she could have done anything to fix it for him. And then he's coming to her, he's like, well, there's a way we can come out of this peacefully. And the thing is, like, that's not, there's no way that is a serious offer. Like, the thing that he's saying that they should do, he's not serious. He had no intention of doing what he's saying. And he goes, I'm giving you an opportunity to make this finish in peace. Peaceful, man. We walk away. You go do what you gotta do. I'll go do what I gotta do. I love you more than anything in life. That's what he said. It's not serious. There's no way. If he wanted to end this whole thing peaceful, man, peaceful, yeah, he could have done that all by himself. Like, he dragged her into this for no reason. I explained to you all the ways he could have handled it by himself. And maybe this, like, he can maybe come up with an idiot defense where he's saying, I didn't notice, like, the blatantly obvious thing to do, where he comes forward and says, you know what, what's it, Amber, but I was in a bad way because of the drugs and the alcohol, but now I just want to make it clear, like, Amber, I didn't hit her. She used makeup. She felt scared of me because of some reasons. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it too much. Like, we parted ways. Everyone's safe. You just want to move on. But just leave it be. Like, he could have said that. And if it's coming from him, if Johnny Depp says it like that, and says that it's okay that she faked it. She was scared. It's better she be safe than sorry. If it's coming from him, it's completely fine. If Amber says it by herself, it doesn't make sense. Like, no one listens to Amber. Everyone listens to Johnny Depp. It's up to him to fix this. So it's weird that if he wanted it to finish peaceful, he could have done that. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know how. There's no one around him to say, this is what you should do. And it makes me feel like he just wanted to take the girl down. That's the only way I can see it. And him, like, giving her this, like, mutual letter option, like, it makes no sense. Like, because the mutual letters, like, saying that they do things privately, that they just do it on their own, and that they just if that were a thing, like, imagine if they just wrote a mutual letter saying that they're gonna work it out on their own. Everyone's still gonna think that he punched her in the face one time. Like, that's not what he wants. He wants her to, like, confess. He wants to get her to confess and say that that he didn't punch her. And so that's why it's like, it's a weird thing that he's trying, like, he's just dangling a carrot. It's not a real offer. And she's like, this is not a real offer. I can see it's not, there's no way it's gonna fix the problem. Like, people thinking that you hit me, like, it's not gonna fix it. So I don't understand what you're doing. Like, she can see that this isn't real. And it's so clear, like, how is that gonna be the thing to do to fix this in peace? And before that, like, I think people must have been really convinced, but he's a professional actor. He was, like, going on and on and on about, like, I don't want to go to court. You don't want to go to court. You don't want to go to the courtroom, and, like, you don't want to hash this out in front of everyone. Like, he doesn't want to tarnish her name. He kept saying that. It's like, okay, but then it's just like, there's no way he meant that this thing could have, that's the way to end it in peace. Like I'm saying, he alone could have figured out the way to end it in peace. He doesn't need to say that. You don't need her in the mutual statement. Like, her being, he doesn't need her to make the statement with him. He could make the statement on his own. So it doesn't make any sense. Like, if that's the truth and that she did makeup, why didn't he just say that? He could have just said that and explained it for her. He could have saved her, because he's the bigger man. He's the more powerful man. He could have done that. So, I mean, to think that it's all on her to fix it. He keeps saying, like, that's a little gaslighting. Isn't that gaslighting? I think it is. Like, he's acting like she has all the power. It's all up to her. She holds all the cards, and she doesn't. It's all up to him. And he's just, I think this was all to get her to confess something on tape or something. Like, he didn't want, that's why he didn't want it to be in court. Like, he wanted to get a confession so that it wouldn't be in court, but she wouldn't do it on the phone. She could tell that something was up, and she was just not giving him the answer that he wanted. And I guess he wanted her to talk through what they should say or something like that, but she was like, no, wait, the thing that you're offering me is not a real offer. I can tell that it's not gonna get you what you want, so I don't know what you're talking about. So, but she knew, and it's the whole thing. Like, you know, in the beginning, like I was saying, like, how him holding her down against her will, and then if people say, oh, well, he's doing the right thing, this is what you do if someone's acting crazy. And she's thinking, no, that's not the right thing to do. And then later on, she's talking to him, and she's like, go leave, go run away every time. And it makes it so clear to her, like, yeah, what gave him the right to, like, pin me down and, like, restrain me against my will when he can always just leave the situation? He doesn't have to take away, just because he's stronger than me doesn't mean he had to use it against me. And it makes it click for her. Like, there are other options. Why do people keep saying that he's doing the right thing when he's not doing the right thing? And she could see. That's the thing that made it so clear to her. It's like, yeah, you leave all the time. Why did you have to do this thing and prove to me that we're not equals? and it made it so clear to her that they weren't equals after he did that. I'm guessing, like, when he did that, that's the thing that made her realize, oh, we're not equals. And even if you're stronger than someone, like, the fact that, like, you would think that you should do that instead of just walking away from the situation, and like it shows you, like, you see them as less. I think I understand what she's saying. Like, she's not crazy to think that, like, it's not the right thing to do. There are other options. Why are you acting like there are other options? And then in this thing, that's why she's so much more clearer thinking to him. It's like she can see through his way. She's used to him now. She can see that this is how he does it. And I think, like, now everyone can see this is the way he does it. And his whole strategy with this court case, where it's just like going on and on about the bruised picture, the fake bruises on that she did. Like, he's just killing time. Like, it's not gonna do anything. That's why I want it to get more interesting. I want us to debate, like, the more interesting aspects of, like, it's all about him. Like, switch it up. Like, we're done talking about Amber being the one on trial. Like, she's the one that she's winning. She's 100% winning. Let's just get to the bottom of, like, what's the deal with Johnny Depp? Like, what does he like? Does he actually even want to be in movies anymore? Why couldn't he just, like, ask him, like, how come that didn't come to you? Why would you even think, like, why do you think you have any right to try to blame Amber for something she didn't do? Why do you keep dragging her into this? Ask him the real questions. That's the thing that you need to get the answer to, because at this point it's just done. Now that this is out, this is just done. Amber's won. There's no need for him to appeal the decision, because this is third time. Like, he's lost so many times. Like, I'm saving you from more trouble. Like, it's done. But just give Amber, like, some closure. Give everyone the closure, and that's it. That's the only way you can fix it at this point. And then here I talk about, like, everything that happened when they were going through this whole proposal, and it's a fake proposal, and, like, just listen to, like, the way he does it. Like, he is so emotionally manipulative. She goes, I only have my integrity, and that's why she didn't want to come through and tell the truth. And then I get what she's saying. Like, she doesn't want to tell the truth because if people start accusing her of, you fake this, you fake that, and they I think back then they wouldn't understand. Hopefully now this is gonna explain it enough so that people will understand, and it's not gonna be a big deal. Like, lying about domestic abuse is just not a big deal. Like, if you make a mistake, then you made a mistake. That's not a problem. Like, I don't know why it's such a big problem. Why they're acting like she's a bad person for doing what she needed to do to feel safe. Like, if she felt like she was unsafe, and then it turned out like she wasn't, then I don't understand. Like, she's completely fine to do everything she did. And then anyway, about the whole integrity thing, he's all like, what about mine? And I'm thinking, like, this is the thing, like, he's expecting her to care about him, and then she's like, Amber is like, you only care, it doesn't make sense to care about other people. It just doesn't make sense to care about other people ever. Like, the whole caring about children, I was like, no, why would you care about children? But it's like, genuinely, you don't care about anyone ever. Like, I think that's the truth of the situation, and everyone should take care of themselves. And Johnny Depp, he feels that way, but then he has this thing where he's like expecting her to care about him, and it's like, why would you expect her to care about you when you don't care about her? How does that make sense? But maybe he has some kind of issue, and I don't know what. Maybe that should be something you question him about, like. And then he starts talking about his son, and like how his son got asked about his dad being a wife beater, and it's like, you don't think about that, Amber. And I just think, like, that's your son. Like, it's not her son, it's his son. Like, it's got nothing to do with that. Why is he giving her all this stuff? And then she says that her family's been getting the same thing. Her friends and family get the same thing, and worse. And he goes, they get death threats, and he goes, death threats. And this is the thing. It's like, has he not read the thing that she wrote? The thing that she wrote, like, it has all this information in it, like. And it didn't specify physical abuse. She said abuse. Like, he could still go down for this. Like, even if you prove he didn't physically abuse her, you have all this evidence of the emotional and psychological abuse. Him doing the trial in the first place, trying to blame her for something she didn't do, is proof that he is emotionally, psychologically abusing Amber Heard. Like, it's proof. That's. Like, she's gonna win. He's so stupid. That's the thing. He's so stupid for, like, thinking that his popularity would, like, fix anything for him. Anyway, because Amber's just, like, she knows, like, she's not gonna fall for his little game. And then there's this bit where I was like, I don't understand what was going on. He just randomly gets mad. And she was like, someone was leaking all these rumors about me, and he has all this information about her. She's thinking he did it. And I'm thinking maybe he did do it, cause sometimes, like, there was that one, like, when I was young, and the same thing happened. Like, I would just, like, leak information just because I just felt like it, because I felt, I don't care. I would leak information. Just so I'm thinking maybe he did leak that information and he's just lying about he didn't. And he's all like, I'd give him. And like, did you? I bet you did. I think he would have given his lawyer whatever they needed to take the girl down. Like, that's what he was trying to do. And I believe that. And he started saying all that, I loved you for so many years, blah 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 blah, but you don't exist, you're not there. And that's what I'm thinking, like, the whole thing with the face, I'm like, because his face, the face that she's thinking his face was one thing, and then his face is his other thing, and she's like beating him up randomly, she's acting like he doesn't exist, like she's treating him like a person who's not, like, really a person. Like, it's the same thing, like, I don't know. And then it's like, is he just saying that to her because he has the same problem? And he's like, he's not real. He's like acting like he's saying that he's gotten mad all of a sudden, and he's being all dramatic about it just to be like, oh well, the mutual thing, you ruined it because the non-real offers, like, and because she upset him, like, that offer's off the table now. Like, he's trying to emotionally, the unreal stupid offer, like, he's like, oh, now you crossed the line, like, because you say that about me, you crossed the line. She's like, why are you doing this? Like, it's just funny, and the conversation's so I don't know. And then there's this weird stuff, like, it's almost like there's blackmail hanging over their head, and it's like, as soon as he says to her, like, I wouldn't give that to you, trust me with this information. She's just like, thank you. Like, she says it in a really scary way, like, it's really quick, like, it's a sketchy conversation. I want to know why she was, like, acting that way, which, like, it's like he has something over on her that he's using. I don't think he'd use it against her. She's just, like, worried, like, he might, like, he has all this information, and she's like, I don't feel comfortable because she's afraid that he'll share it, and I don't know. I think there's blackmail happening. I just do. It's such a dicey conversation. I don't know what's up with it. And then he's like. And then she's trying to, like, talk him back, and as soon as she starts getting more emotional and, like, trying to, like, keep him on the phone, that's when he's like, he does this power move. He's like, can I have a minute, please? May I have 1 minute, please? I'll be right back. And then I think he closes the phone or something. Like he didn't come right back or something. But as soon as she was like panicking, like that's when he was like, "Can I have 1 minute, please?" I don't know. I don't think he needed the minute. I think he just realized that she wasn't. She was never gonna fall for this thing. She was never gonna do this mutual private thing because it wasn't making any sense. So yeah. So just to really drill down like how unrealistic unreasonable this offer was, like how it made no sense. He like after everything is like he goes like, "We're done, I'll see you in court." And he was like, "You refuse to make nice, so I'm gonna see you in court." And he was always gonna go to court. I don't know, like that's I feel like he was always gonna go to court. I don't see any like the thing that he was offering didn't make sense. I wish he gave me that stupid, like, not real offer, because I knew exactly how to play that would have saved his integrity and saved, well, it wouldn't save his integrity, but it would save her integrity, but also get him his job back and kind of do it like. So what I would have done if he gave me this thing, I'd have, and I can't believe neither of them thought of it. It's like they have that famous like apology video to Australia where everyone could tell what was happening, and I would love if like Amber just did one where she was like saying that she put the makeup on and she just did it because she likes attention, da 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 da, whatever people wanted to hear, like anything like that, and then she put it out in a way where it seems like she was held hostage and had to do it because that's what people think. Like there's no way for Amber to control the situation because if she suddenly dropped this statement walking back her allegation saying that he never hurt her and that she just did the thing because she's an attention seeker, everyone's gonna be like, there's people from domestic violence who think that the only reason why she's taking it back is because people were bullying her relentlessly, his fans were bullying her relentlessly, and Johnny was and it would, because before, this was before the information came out, this would make you think for sure he hits this girl. Like if she put out a statement walking back the allegation, you would for sure think that he hits that girl. And if you're saying like you would just take her word for it, like you would listen to her, like even if she's giving it the information like that, what does that mean? Like what is that saying? Like it's okay to you're happy to take someone at their word as long as she's saying what you want to hear, because that's what that seems like. If you think Amber has any power in this, like why don't you listen to her when she was saying it? Like she told you, she said from the very beginning she wanted him to have a good future. That was in a statement. So just because like what more could she have done? Like how else is she supposed to do it? Like there's no way for her to do it. It's all up to him. And this whole thing where she kept saying, "You're a baby, you're a baby, you're a little bitch," or whatever she said, like is that could be another reason why he's just not doing, like he just, maybe the thought never occurs to him, like he's just that stupid, like the easiest solution to the problem, it never occurred to him, and that's why he's going to look to this woman, the weaker person, to fix everything, to save him. That he thinks that makes any sense. Like, is he that stupid? And that's something you need to ask. Someone needs to ask him. Is he gonna say he's that stupid? Is he gonna say the thought occurred to him, but he's still, like, what's he gonna say? That's the thing that I want the answer to. Like, was he just that thought never occurred to him to just fix it by himself? What is making him drag Amber back into this? Why does he think that he has any right to blame her for anything? Like, it makes no sense. And I can't believe that this never occurred to anyone to just give this false confession video in the style of the Australia apology, because that would have been so funny. It's a nudge, nudge, wink, wink to people who know, and I think it would have been enough to like have the people who are his fans like to be like, well, she confessed, and now he can be in movies again. Like, they would just take it, even though you can tell that she did it by force. They would still take it, because as long as someone's saying the thing that you want, that they want to hear, they'll take it no matter what way it's delivered. Like, even though it's obvious something's up, that they'd be happy to take it. I'm sure of it. And the fact the thought of it like just never occurred to Amber, it's just like proving to me like she just doesn't have the manipulative gene. Like, she doesn't have the gift. She doesn't have that instinct inside her. Like, if she's, because that to me, I'd just be like, if he wants to give me this kind of offer, and he's like trying to act like I have any control, I would just want to do that and say, you know what, this mutual letter thing, that's not gonna get you what you want. Like, us saying that I'm gonna do it privately, that's not gonna help your situation. What you need is for me to confess that so why don't you just let me do it by myself on my own? I'll do it my way. I'll make sure like it's okay. And then I just come out like with this, and it's so clear to everyone that there's something wrong, and I just like to watch innocent men burn for no reason. I don't know. I have this weird thing. It's this sickness that I have. But you know, Johnny, he's a good man. He's a scholar and a gentleman as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry that I tried to take him down. Like, something like that. I would just feel like I would just make it so obvious that's so wrong, and just try to piss him off, like, with the stupid offer that he gave me. Like, I just wouldn't allow him to, like, I just would want him to like be annoyed when he hears what the confession is, and then I'm sure people would still be happy. Like, even if it's like that, people would still be like, well, she did it, son. But yeah, so I guess there is a way that she could have like figured out a way to clear both of them out of the mess, but like, you can't hold her responsible for not thinking of that one solution, because it's like, it's not the easiest solution. It's like, it's not a crime that she's not a very creative thinker. It's not a crime that she wasn't manipulative or devious enough to like come up with a solution. Like, it's not something that you can judge. Like, well, she already won. Everyone knew that she won when he tried to do this. This is why he keeps losing over and over and over again. So it's not her fault that he's. She's like, it's not her fault. Like, you can't blame her. Like, even with the sick kids, like, her not caring about the sick kids, it's not a crime that she doesn't care about the sick kids. And when she gets 100 mil, I still hope I wouldn't give it to the sick kids. I mean, just do something annoying with the money that she was supposed to get. Like, just like, you know, get a cannon and like shoot random dead people into the sky. Just like make it really known that you really don't care about the sick kids. That would be really fun. I think that'd be really fun, because it's all about this attitude that people keep giving her for no reason. And even like Jason Momoa giving her all this attitude for no reason at work. Like, why? So I wonder like how like these people are gonna like take it back. Like, I wonder if like people are gonna apologize to her, because like those guys that turned their back and they couldn't like put it together. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's so obvious. Like, she's still the victim, and you guys went out of your way to like say, hey, you're the victim, and like, and you vilify the victim. It's just awful. Like, what are you gonna do now? What's everyone gonna be like? And I just hope that Amber just like decides to like just be more creative and just have fun now in the courtroom. Like, just just relax, and like if she can she put her feet up on the desk, and like now I told people that she wanted the crown, like maybe someone could get her the crown already, and then maybe if she could wear the crown in the courtroom, if that's allowed, like just make it the joke, just make it so clear, the joke. Maybe she could wear that t-shirt that says like I'm with dummy and it's pointed towards Johnny Depp. That'd be cool. Just make it really clear that this whole thing that he's trying to do is really stupid. It's a joke of a lawsuit. It's a lawsuit that's not even... The fact that people are acting like it's close, it's not even close. It's like there's no way he's going to win. It's ridiculous. He can't win this. And like... If he's gonna seriously go up there and like try to say stuff like to say that Amber Heard is a crazy woman, like he's gonna be hated. He's ruining his reputation, and she gave him every opportunity. She kept trying to make him settle, and he wouldn't settle. And now, this is where he's at. Like he ruined himself. Like he has so many things that he has to answer for. It's crazy. It's crazy that he did this to himself for no reason. And now I just I really, really, really want to like point out like how he is. Like he is an emotionally manipulative person. I don't want anyone to have any doubt about that. Like he used his son. Like you don't just drop your son into the conversation. Like what was the purpose of like bringing up his son and being like, oh, this is happening, like don't, what do you think of it? Like they're trying to emotionally blackmail her into feeling bad, and she's like, she's a self-centered person. Like of course she's not gonna feel bad about your son. It's your son. Like she's not, it's not hit. Like was she ever like a stepmother person to him? I don't think so. Like I've heard like stories about how she's kind of separate whenever she's hanging out with his family. Like they don't like her like that. Like it doesn't. She's got nothing to do with his son. Like why should she care about his son? And him dropping the son thing into the conversation is making it out like, oh, she's heartless. But no, it's not. She's heartless. It's he's emotionally trying to make it, because he's gonna put the tape out and he wants her to be like, because he knows how she's gonna come across. And people may think like she's being heartless. He knew who Amber is. Like he knows this about her. Everyone knows this thing about her. Like that's just how she is. And it makes you think like, well, what is his daughter think? Like when he started going out with Amber the first time, like, and she's a much younger woman. Like what did his daughter think about that? What did he think about it? Like does he think about like what people used to say when he's going out with a much younger woman? Like even when Winona Ryder was saying all that stuff, it's like it was weird as hell. It was weird as hell that he just randomly left the mother of his kids, like just to date this younger actress. Like it was like everyone couldn't understand, and like everyone was talking about like, was he going for a midlife crisis? But and like, did his kids have an opinion about like him dating someone younger? And it's very convenient that Amber's supposed to like care about his kids, but it's how she's supposed to know what the rules are, what's okay, what's not okay. Like how's being a wife beater like I don't know. It's like, how's that meant to be a bad thing? But then you like having this midlife crisis is like cool with the kids. How's she supposed to know the difference? Like how she's expected to know that one's okay and one's not okay? And it's like the wife beater thing was always like not a big deal. Like now this is all out here. Like now people can go up to his son and talk about like how he used his son to be emotionally blackmail this girl and like all this other stuff. Like now people could go up to his son and say, is it true your dad's like a little bitch? And then now his son's gonna be like, I guess so, I guess it's the true thing, because what else is he supposed to say? Like now before he could just deny it, but now it's like it's all out here. Like every movement he's like Johnny's doing. It's like, it's reading like he's a big baby, like he's so like it's just not good for him. And so hopefully, like, my theories like make it into the courtroom, and like it starts to make the thing like look more interesting, and like they start talking about things that actually are important, instead of like the stupid nonsense talking in circles like Johnny always does. Let's get to the heart of the matter since he's finally in there. And it's his own choice, like, and now he's done such a bad thing to Amber, and it's so clear. I hope it's gonna be so clear to people he's done such a bad thing, and now it's up to him to like figure out like how he's gonna wriggle his way out of his own mess. And I want to see like how he does it. I want to see like what this man's made out of, like what how smart is he, like how is he gonna play the idiot card, is he gonna play the stupid card, like we'll see. And then like maybe he'll pretend, like not pretend, we'll see, like did that option of like him trying to solve it himself ever come up, like why is he roping Amber into the mess? And I just want Amber to just like start acting more like she's got this thing. Like no matter what she does, she's got this. Like she can act as defiant as she wants. Like just roll her eyes, just like look at her nails and try. There's no need to like suck up to the judge. Like she's got this. And anyone who says different, like explain to me how where is the wrong that she did? Where is it? She did nothing wrong in anything. Like everything she did was okay. It's not something like she's gonna get the full money, and I hope like she can do whatever she wants with it. I hope she does become like the next Malala. I hope they give her a Nobel Peace Prize or whatever, the crown that she wants, like whatever it is, like her aim was in all of this. I hope she gets it and does the good, like whatever she wants to do. Like I wish her the best, and Johnny he's gonna like rehabilitate his image for sure. Like now this is all out in the open, and because I think he is like a good, okay person. He just needs to like come back down to the ground, back to earth. Like this whole thing that he was trying to do was just too far out. Like this is good for him. Like me doing this is pretty good for him. Like he's in the long run, and his fans, like now when he's like back doing movies, I hope he starts seeing it in a different way, like because it's now like a monkey dance thing. Like recognize what your relationship to this guy is. You don't care about him, he's just your entertainer. That's why you wanted him back. You didn't care about him at all, or else you wouldn't have done any of the stuff that you did. And I think that that's something that it's good for everyone to reflect on, like who you care about, and like why was everyone being so mean to this girl for like no reason. And we can find, like, because it's a televised thing, like we can actually show you the difference between when a man does something and when a woman does something, because everything that people were villainizing Amber for, like being a gold digger, lying about abuse, like a bunch of other stuff, like I forget, but like all of that, the table has turned. Like all of that's on Johnny, and let's see how people walk back their beliefs, because I think they're gonna walk back their beliefs, because this whole thing, they're hoping that he's gonna get out of it clean. And now that it's actually, you can see that he lied about all this stuff, and it's like, how he did this to himself. Like he's that, like and it's like we need to figure out the answer. Like, is he that stupid? Is he that crazy? We need to know. That's the thing that the trial needs to start turning into. Like, enough. Amber's clean. Amber won already. We just need to get to the bottom, get the answers, and it's gonna be a good learning experience for people, to show you, like, this him trying to win this thing out of popularity. You question everything, like the who pooed, who poops on the bed. Was it him? Was it maybe him? Like, and he blamed it on Amber. Maybe he did that because he's so old, and he just forgot about it because he's so old. Like, it makes you question. Like, it's like a is this what the secret Fight Club thing was all about? Like, it's all coming. Is it from him? Everything. Like, he needs to be the one to answer for it. Like, there's so many things that he has to step up and take ownership for. It's just, such a beautiful thing to get to witness. That the most stupidest case is this much money, and like someone won it like straight away. Like she won it. Like the person you didn't want to win it, she won it. And I want to see how people like flip. I want to see how they can argue against anything I'm saying. How am I wrong? That I'm not wrong in anything that I said. And I just this is gonna be it's actually, I made it like infinitely more entertaining because now it's just like this guy's way too comfortable. He's gonna be so uncomfortable, and this girl who's like, she has to play it so safe, and then now she can just like let loose and like act like I'm not wrong. You see, I did what I did for a good reason. Enough about me lying about the bruises. Who cares that I lie about the bruises? So what? Like, can we move on? And I hope it reflects in the case, like when they question these people about the bruises, and then it's like, okay, cool. So what does it have to do with Amber? What, like, I want that to be the final question. Like, it being agonizing to keep pointing out all the ways it's all wrong, and at the end of it, so, and why is that? Why is she at fault for everything bad that happened to him? Why should she get the blame? And then give me your opinion on that. And then what are they gonna say? Like, how she has no reason to take the blame for it when he could have fixed it by himself. Like, she has no reason to take the blame. So that's just the thing. Like, it's gonna get funny. Like, and if they put the face thing, like, instead of showing pictures of the bruises, show me pictures of them looking each other in the face. Tell me that my theory isn't true. Like, it was like, and then his ex is like going up, like trying to think real hard about it. Like, you know what? There are signs. Like, she's onto something. Like, he doesn't tell you anything. I bet he didn't tell them anything about him. I wonder if he never told them anything. He just let them talk, and they just never noticed that, because they're that self-centered. They never notice. I wonder. So I hope it's reflected on this case, and it's like just so funny that everyone in there is like trying really hard to not laugh at the whole thing, because I think they can make it that funny. Like, it's that funny if you try to. I just hope it makes it out that, please, like, if someone's listening, like, please let someone take it to them. It's gonna be so much more fun. Like, it's so much more fun my way. So, yeah, that's it. That's the whole video. Bye.